Do you? I am. Okay, I suggest we start. Welcome, everyone. My name is Stephan Trüby, and it's a very great pleasure for me to welcome you here at this very interesting space. We all know the name of it, Brenzkirche. I'm still not sure if it's a very good or a very bad idea to meet here to speak about Moderne, which can be translated as modernism or modernity. But we will see the paradoxes of this place and the theme probably during the day. Today, many architects, scientists, and artists reflect on the role and importance of modern architecture for the present and future from very different perspectives. Importance of modern architecture, you might ask yourself, doesn't Moderne, which in English, as I mentioned already, can both be modernism and modernity, smell a bit funny? Doesn't Moderne, translated as modernity, became a kind of synonym for industrialization, the ideology of growth, and the global exploitation through colonialism? Doesn't Moderne stand for patriarchy and heteronormativity? But what would be the alternative of it? A patchwork of identities and other particularities? Let's recapitulate for a few minutes what Moderne, translated as modernity, stood and sometimes still stand for. In all discussions about the modern or modernity, it is advisable to keep in mind what the term was actually directed against historically, antiquity. It was in the Baroque era when the medieval distinctions between moderni and antiqui somehow intensified as the querelle des anciens et des modernes at the turn of the 17th and 18th centuries made clear, which radiated far beyond France. What began as a literary and artistic dispute in 1687 soon grew into a brilliant architectural dispute. You probably all know the story between François Blondel and Claude Perrault in the architectural field, at least. It was a very complicated discussion. I won't go into the details of it now, but at the end of the day, it was about the question if beauty is something natural or if it's a convention within a society. As you all know, I think the moderns were right in this question. I could now mention very many names which you maybe all know from histories, from lessons in architecture history, like the French revolutionary architects like Boulez or Durand. I could also mention Durand, the former influential teacher at the École Polytechnique in Paris, who for the first time put the idea of economy in the center of architectural discourse. But I would like to move very quickly to one name which seems to me very important still today. His name is Gottfried Semper, who within in the context of the middle of the 19th century, opposed classicism a la Winkelmann, and also was a protagonist in the so-called polychromy debate. He went against the idea of a white antiquity and argued for a kind of barbaric approach towards a kind of more colorful architecture. But what is especially interesting about Gottfried Semper, and maybe also interesting in today's context, is that he suggested to see the starting point of architecture not in a kind of an idea of firmitas, stability, but in the cultural techniques of weaving and braiding. These are cultural techniques with a feminine connotation. And within the context of the 19th century, we see here actually a very still underestimated theoretical offer for a theory of architecture. I could also now mention one building where also Gottfried Semper played an important role, the Crystal Palace. but I would like to suggest for today's event something like 4 revolutions, which could be a relative point of degree 0 for our discussion for modern architecture and modernity in general. First of all, the American Revolution around 1776, which culminated in the Declaration of the Independence of the United States. Then, of course, the French Revolution of 1789. Then also the Third Revolution, the Industrial Revolution, also with its epicenter in England or Great Britain, Victorian England. And the Fourth Revolution is very unusual still in kind of more Western debates about where we start when we talk about relevance of modernity. I would like to suggest the Haitian Revolution as a fourth and equally important point of degree 0 for discussion. The Haitian Revolution took place in 1791. It was the successful insurrection of self-liberated slaves against French colonial rule in Saint-Domingue, now the sovereign state of Haiti. So let's keep in mind these 4 revolutions around 1800, which could be a starting point also for further discussions. I would like to make a big jump now and want to say that the influence of industrialization to architecture is a very long and complicated theme, but the first reactions within the field of architecture towards industrialization were always more or less about escapism. Escapisms like the arts and crafts movement or historicism, or what we call in German the Heimatschutzbewegung, which can be translated maybe as reform movements or directly translated homeland security movements. Only in the 20th century we find a kind of coalition of the influence of industrialization as an architectural project in a more direct sense. We can mention here the Deutscher Werkbund, which, as we all know, was very influential in the construction of the Waisenhofsiedlung, but of course also the Bauhaus. Today's conference shouldn't be a kind of repetition of an old debate of a kind of progressive modern architecture versus a reactionary non-modern architecture. The topics here are a bit more, the front lines are a bit more complicated, of course. That's also the reason why I at least want to mention that it was terribly the Bauhaus student, Kandinsky student Fritz Ertl, who would later plan the structural designs of the Auschwitz-Birkenau camp. Since the 1980s, I'm making again a big jump, since the 1980s and 1990s, we are talking about what we call in German Revisionen der Moderne, revisions of modernity and modernism in this case. And there were kind of, from our today's point of view, maybe kind of architecturally more conservative positions by people like Leon Cree, who also studied here in Stuttgart for a while. But also there was a second reaction to modernity within the architectural field in the 1980s and 90s, which can be summarized with a term post-colonial perspective. According to Walter Mignolo, who is currently probably the most prominent representative of a decolonial theoretical approach, he pleads for a pluriversal rather than a universal life horizon. According to him, universalism appears to be problematic simply because of its general claims, while at the same time concealing its inevitably provincial origin, for example, of its structure, which is fundamentally and thus independent of possible content colonial. For Mignolo, it is a diversified world. For Mignolo, a diversified world is clearly better than a world of imperial modernity and thus of colonial hegemony. Well, protests against postmodernism arose early on, especially in the German-speaking world, above all, of course, Jürgen Habermas, who in 1980 had given a speech in Frankfurt with a programmatic title, Modernism, an Unfinished Project. Actually, the better translation would be Modernity, an Unfinished Project. A bit later, he gave another lecture on modern and postmodern architecture. It was in 1981, in which he advocates not abandoning the project of modern architecture, but bringing it to a good end, so to speak. To this end, Habermas recalls the three challenges that the 19th century posed to architecture and urban planning: the qualitatively new need for architectural design, the new materials and techniques of buildings, and finally, the submission of building to new functional ones, above all, economic imperatives. Habermas makes it clear that architecture only found a viable answer to this in the 20th century. The modern movement is taking on the challenges that 19th century architecture was not up to. The philosopher sees a need for action in two areas in particular. While the modern movement recognizes the challenges of qualitatively new needs and the new technical design possibilities and, in principles, answers correctly, it encounters the systemic dependencies of imperatives of the market and the planning administrations rather helplessly. 40 years later, I would like to say, nothing has changed. On the contrary, neoliberalism has exacerbated the situation significantly. And the problems of modernity, growth, exploitation, etc., can only be corrected by universal, if you want, or maybe terrestrial project of modernity. I could now mention a German philosopher called Britta Saal, who's working on a kind of combination of a Habermasian view on philosophy and politics, and combines it with a post-colonial perspective. But maybe we will learn more about this kind of combination during the day. Ladies and gentlemen, we will see today a sequence of short lectures on selected keywords about which our speakers think they are crucial for a debate on modernity. Today, we will start with Athens and end with Zionism. That's really a highly interesting beginning and end, and maybe Zvi Efrat, who is in the room already, will also maybe work with this a little bit. And in between, we will hear more about words like bricolage, for example, colonialism, dissent, feminism, Orientalism, the racial or racism, tuberculosis, etc. So we will deal with also problematic, extremely problematic contexts and combine them with a discourse of modernity. Later in the day, we will see the presentation of an Abschluss issue about Stuttgart as a productive city region, and then in the evening, we will have our evening panel with the English title, Modern Architecture and its Discontents. There's a Freudian allusion, obviously, here, followed by, I'm not sure about the weather yet, by IGmA Summer Fair and performance. But before I hand over to Andreas Hofer, the director of the IGmA 27, and the opening messages by our sponsors, Philipp Kurz from the Wüstenrot Stiftung, Samir Zitki from the SWSG, and Wolfgang Riele from the IGmA 27 France. I thank our cooperation partner, IGmA 27, and especially my IGmA colleagues, and here, especially Leo Hermann, for the organization and conception of this day. I wish you a very exciting and insightful day. Thank you very much. Please, Andreas Hofer.
Welcome from my side. We do it 10 minutes in German, the rest of the day will be in English, sorry for that. Ich möchte mich ganz herzlich bedanken. Solche Veranstaltungen sind nur möglich, wenn viele Menschen zusammenarbeiten. Solche Veranstaltungen kosten auch Geld. Wir sind unterstützt worden für diesen Tag heute im Speziellen durch die SWSG, die städtische Wohn- und Siedlungsgesellschaft, der die Weißenhof-Siedlung gehört. Herr Samir Zitki, kommen Sie doch einfach alle mal nach vorne. Die Wüstenrot-Stiftung, vertreten durch Philipp Kurz, sehr engagiert auch im Weißenhof und in den Fragen, die uns heute beschäftigen, und Wolfgang Riele, die IGmA Friends, die wir gegründet verankern und die uns eben auch teilweise Ressourcen zur Verfügung stellt. Wir haben gedacht, es ist vielleicht fast interessanter, als dass wir hier Grußbotschaften loswerden, dass wir den Bezug dieser Menschen und dieser Institutionen zum Thema von heute ganz kurz reflektieren. Und ich würde gern mit Herrn Sittki beginnen. Sie besitzen seit einigen Jahren den Weißen Hof. Sie haben vielleicht den Wettbewerb jetzt auch gesehen. Sind Sie enttäuscht, dass es keine neuen Bilder für den Weißen Hof gibt? Oder wie machen Sie jetzt weiter?
Herzlichen Dank für diese Frage gleich zu Beginn. Zunächst freue ich mich, dass ich da sein darf und ich freue mich auch über das Gesprächsgefäß, was Sie gemeinsam hier veranstalten und veranstaltet standen werden, weil ich glaube, dass das insgesamt natürlich ganz wichtig ist, immer wieder über die unterschiedlichen Perspektiven und Sichtweisen sprechen, was wir für Themen haben für die Zukunft. Wir als SWSG, das liegt ja nicht auf der Hand, warum wir so ein besonderes Erbe der Baukultur und ja auch einen gesellschaftlichen Beitrag letztendlich erwerben oder kaufen. Und ich glaube doch, dass es gerade deshalb sehr gut passt, weil wir natürlich heute auch vor Herausforderungen und auch vor Fragen stehen, die auch schon vor nahezu 100 Jahren eine Rolle gespielt haben. Und insofern war ich nicht enttäuscht über den fehlenden Mut, kann man vielleicht sagen, oder über den großen Respekt der Veränderung, die im Wettbewerb kam, sondern es war vielleicht auch, hatte zusammengehangen mit der Conditio des Wettbewerbes und kann ich auch gut nachvollziehen. Wir finden und denken, das ist Verpflichtung, dass wir dort eingestiegen sind und kaufen, haben die Weißenhofsiedlung erworben vom Bund und so müssen wir mit sehr viel Respekt, aber auch mit sehr viel Gesprächen und Gesprächsgefäßen und Unterstützung von allen Partnern und Stakeholdern dann auch versuchen, in die Zukunft zu marschieren und schauen. Und so sehe ich auch das Symposium, deswegen haben wir es auch gerne auch großzügig.
Herr Kurz, Sie sind nicht ganz unschuldig an einem Teil der Musealisierung des Weißen Hofs. Sie haben nämlich viel Forschung und schlussendlich auch den Umbau des Corbusier-Hauses als in einem Museumsgebäude unterstützt. Wie ist die Perspektive von dieser Seite? Wir werden ja gerade im Hinblick auf das Ausstellungsjahr 2027 diesen Konflikt haben zwischen Leuten, die die Siedlung anschauen wollen, Menschen, die sie bewohnen wollen. Gibt es da schon Ideen, wie es vielleicht weitergehen können? Wie sind auch die Gespräche mit der SWSG? Planen Sie weiter auf dem Weißen Hof?
Jetzt ziehen Sie mich aber echt aufs Eis, Herr Hofer. Ich glaube erstmal, dass man festhalten muss, dass die Weißenhofsiedlung in der Vergangenheit und auch in der Zukunft eine lebendige Siedlung sein muss, in der Leute wohnen und in der die ein Stadtbaustein ist, ein sehr spezieller Stadtbaustein, aber dass das Ziel bestimmt nicht sein kann, dass man so ein Schweizer Museumsdorf da draus macht oder sowas, wo dann Touristen kommen und Eintritt zahlen, also sowas wie die Meisterhäuser in Dessau oder sowas, wo man halt touristische Attraktionen hat. Ich glaube trotzdem, dass für die Menschen, die sich interessieren und die sich auch mit gutem Grund interessieren, erstmal das Le Corbusier Doppelhaus, das ja seit 20 Jahren jetzt musealisiert ist, wobei es ist ja vielschichtig musealisiert und nicht einfach wieder zurückgebaut oder sowas. Ich kann Ihre Frage ganz simpel nicht beantworten. Ich gehe davon aus, dass die SWSG den Auftrag hat, hier Wohnraum zu haben und auch Wohnraum zu behalten. Und ich würde mal sagen, wenn in den nächsten Jahren mal irgendwas frei wird, dann sollte man sicher das Gespräch führen, ob man irgendwas zusätzlich öffnet. Aber das ist eine Siedlung mit Mietern drin und das muss eine lebendige, funktionierende Siedlung bleiben. Ja.
Vielen Dank. Es gab so im Umfeld dieser Konferenz in einem Blog, habe ich gelesen, jemand, der uns angegriffen hat und gesagt hat, wieder so ein hyperintellektueller Diskurs, der nicht zugänglich ist für die Menschen hier in der Region, die sich eigentlich mit der Zukunft der Region beschäftigen wollen. Vermittlung von Architektur ist erstaunlicherweise ein wahnsinnig schwieriges Thema, obwohl sie uns alle betrifft, obwohl wir alle wohnen. Frage an dich, Wolfgang, wie können vielleicht die Friends oder wie können wir besser werden, um wirklich in der Region anzukommen?
Ja, herzlichen Dank. Guten Morgen auch von meiner Seite. Wir Friends sind in die Welt gekommen, um genau die Barriere zu überbrücken, die möglicherweise zwischen einer intellektuellen Auseinandersetzung und einem gesellschaftlichen Event besteht. Wir verstehen diese internationale Bauausstellung nicht als eine reine Fachveranstaltung für Architekten und Ingenieure. Ich meine, insbesondere bei der Zielsetzung der IGmA sei es ungemein wichtig, dass die Menschen, die in der Region leben, verstehen, was wir hier tun und dass sie sich auch darüber im Klaren sind, dass sie Teil dieses neuen Denkens werden müssen und bei ihnen auch einige Schalter umgelegt werden müssen, sonst wird das nicht funktionieren in der Zukunft. Ich bin sehr glücklich, dass wir in relativ kurzer Zeit viele Freunde der IGmA gewonnen haben und vor allem auch, dass wir jetzt mit den schon eingeworbenen Spenden und Sponsorgeldern und vor allem mit den Mitgliedsbeiträgen der Friends diese Veranstaltung heute unterstützen können, mit der ich im Übrigen an die Anfänge meiner Architektenkarriere zurückkehre, denn, lieber Herr Trüby, ich habe in den frühen 70er Jahren an der Uni Stuttgart begonnen zu studieren und Ihr Vorgänger Jürgen Jödecke, damals relativ frisch, als Gründer des IGmA angekommen, hat uns den ersten vertieften Einblick in die Weißenhofsiedlung gegeben. Diese Veranstaltung, wie auch die anderen beiden Tage, die wir schon erlebt haben, dienen dazu, die Projekte der IGmA vorzustellen, die Bevölkerung einzuladen, mitzugehen. Und das hat ja auch wunderbar geklappt. Wir hatten großartiges Wetter für die Exkursion. Wir hatten gestern einen sehr spannenden Tag und ich hoffe, dass, wenn wir die Kirche am Nachmittag verlassen, die Sonne wieder scheint und wir diesen Abschluss heute bei bestem Wetter hinkriegen, bis hin zur Illumination am Abend.
Ich glaube, ich spreche im Namen von uns allen, wenn wir jetzt dieser Konferenz einen guten Tag wünschen, ein vielfältiges Programm, wenn wir uns inspirieren können. Und ich freue mich und möchte mich auch bedanken beim IGmA, bei Stephan Trüby für die sehr gute Zusammenarbeit. Das ist ja wahnsinnig, was ihr da auf die Beine gestellt habt. Und wir übergeben gerne jetzt wieder zurück an dich. Danke.
Thank you very much. Actually, I think I don't need to stand here again. I will come down here. Yeah, thank you very much, Andreas Hofer, Philipp Kurz, Samir Sidki, and Wolfgang Griele for the cooperation. We will come now to the index. I'm still, it's an experimental format. I've seen maybe 10, 15 years ago one conference in Berlin, which was actually a kind of a living dictionary throughout the day, and it was a mixture of kind of modest but also extremely provocative contributions. But it also had an almost a kind of meditative atmosphere, because one word after the next followed and everyone was more or less the same. Maybe something similar will happen today, we don't know. We will come to the first block, and as I mentioned already, we start with the term Athens, then it's an ABC that we will see today. We will now learn more about 5 words: Athens, Pre-Collage, colonialism, culture, and dissent. And I will introduce our guests always right before the term. And our first guest is Socrates Georgiadis. you don't need any introduction here, of course, but still I want to say that Socrates Georgiadis was a professor of the history of architecture and design here at the State Academy of Fine Arts until 2018. He studied architecture at the TU Berlin and worked as an architect in Greece for around 10 years. In 1986, he earned a doctorate with a work on Siegfried Gideon. He subsequently taught at the ETH Zurich and at the universities of Zurich and Bern and at the Waisenhof Kunsthochschule in Berlin. Socrates, we are all extremely excited to learn more about Athens in the context of our Index of Modernity. Welcome, Socrates Georgiadis.
Thank you, Stephan Trüby and the IGmA crew for this remarkable event. Good morning. New Athens was the title of an article in the Berliner Tageblatt on 5th of June 1931. It was written by Erich Mendelssohn, the architect who had given Stuttgart's modernism one of its happiest moments. Oh. Yeah. Through this building, the Schocken department store, a building that was foolishly demolished some 30 years after its erection. In his text, Mendelssohn summarized his impressions from a visit to the Greek capital in the spring of that same year. In the inner city, the disorder of Oriental cities still intermingles with the rigid order of Western monumentality, even to this day, he noted, and concluded that the Greeks were faced with a fundamental choice, either the Orient or Western culture. He himself pleaded for the latter, but not through the continuation of an uncreative paganism, that is classicism and its offshoots, but by taking an example from the battering ram of the Western elite troops. By that he obviously meant the European avant-garde. Westernization and modernization was the motto. This point of view was in perfect harmony with the ambitions of large parts of the Hellenic elites, not only as far as Athens and its architecture were concerned, but for the entire country. Such ambitions found their political representation in the third Venizelos government from 1928 to 1932, and in architectural terms in its construction policy. The most significant expression of this policy was a comprehensive program to build schools, which resulted in some 3,000 new schools, school units throughout the country in just a few years. The program served to fight illiteracy, but also to promote ethnic homogenization and integration. This had become urgent for two reasons. First, Greece's territory north of Mount Olympus, along with its multi-ethnic populations, had grown considerably after the Balkan Wars in the run-up to World War I. Second, the miserable failure of Greece's Asia Minor military expedition in 1922 brought over 1 million refugees to the mainland. The majority of the designs for the new schools were entrusted to young architects who were aligned with European modernism. The program, which was unique in its scope, even by European standards, gave Greek modernism its face. The blossoming of Greek modernism made Athens a convenient destination for the four of the International Congresses of Modern Architecture, SIAM, in July-August 1933. But the choice of Athens was rather by accident. Moscow had originally been intended to be the venue of the Congress. Stalin's newly adopted anti-modernist cultural policy ruined this plan. However, even Athens hosted only a rather short section of the Congress. Its works took place mainly at sea, on a cruise ship of the Greek-owned shipping company Empirikos, named Patris II, between Marseille and Athens, and on the way back. Patris, the name of the streamer, means fatherland. But this Noah's Ark of modernism expressed in an almost symbolic way the direct opposite of that, its homelessness. Modern architecture was in dire straits around 1933. Stalin has already been mentioned. Perhaps even more serious was Hitler's rise to power in Germany. National Socialism deprived modern architecture of one of its most important domains, if not the most important one, and persecuted a large number of its proponents. Athens was but a footnote in this drama. Ironically, SIAM at Sea, the Congress between water and sky, as one of the participants put it, this displaced enterprise had set itself the task of imposing an entirely new spatial order in a global scale by setting and promoting the guidelines of modern urbanism. The unwavering determination with which SIAM's architects approached their work is impressive in light of the adversity they were facing. However, the outcome of the endeavor turned out much more modest than its initial intention. 34 cities were analyzed, 29 European, 3 North American, 2 Southeast Asian. The authors of the analysis, even of non-European cities, were European architects. There was little sign of globalism. The perspective was strictly European, one could say Eurocentric. Amsterdam served as a model from which to derive basic categories and methodology. The latter consisted essentially of mapping the city according to a matrix of 4 separate functions: working, living, recreation, transport, car traffic in particular, to which a dominant role was assigned. Once again, the SIAM, in their 4th Congress, set themselves nothing less than the goal of reinventing the city under the conditions of modernity. In doing so, they overlooked the city as an empirical reality, the houses, the streets, the squares, etc., as well as the respective historical conditions of their becoming, and replaced it by the abstract notion of function. Had they placed the urban phenomenon as an empirical reality at the center of their investigation, the city as a collective singular would immediately have fallen apart into a multiplicity of many individual and perhaps incompatible cases. Indeed, the cities analyzed resisted the constraints of the 4 functions, and this shortcoming was not least evident in the dystopia the SIAM architects were confronted with in their attempt at formulating the program of the so-called functional city. Thinking small would certainly have been not enough, but in the case of SIAM, the exaggerated emphasis on the overarching concept threatened to completely obscure the context. Besides, a a Charter of Athens never existed in reality. The text bearing this title, which was commonly perceived to be the Congress's outcome, was written 10 years after it in German-occupied Paris by a group around Le Corbusier, unauthorized by the Siams themselves. In other respects, Athens was a scandal for the modernist, the devil, as it were, who does not come when called and does not leave when he is wanted away. I'm referring to Greek antiquity, which had its supposed crowning moment in Athens and its paragon in a building ensemble unsurpassed in its majesty and impact that captivated the European architectural imagination for 2 millennia. The Acropolis and its centerpiece, the Parthenon. The modernist discomfort with this object, which had by then been endowed with a magical aura, stemmed from their anti-historicist instincts and became manifest early on. The young Charles-Édouard Jeanneret, later Le Corbusier, speaks downright of the feeling of fear that had seized him and the irritable mood in which he had found himself before he finally decided to enter the sanctuary. What he saw there found their expression in images of extreme inner agitation, almost shock, even destruction, snapshots that in any case made a mockery of any classicism. Not much was left of noble simplicity and quiet grandeur. Later, in the 1920s, when the quest for order began to infect the avant-garde, Corbusier's imagination united the Parthenon and the modern car, which was by then about to become the favorite toy of carbon modernity. Both were standard products. The standard is the result of an order imposed on human labor. He wrote apodictically, overlooking the small matter that the temple, unlike the car, had no combustion engine. Fernand Léger, another fellow traveler on Patrice too, added to this that the Acropolis was a rational work, just like a modern factory or the Eiffel Tower. Finally, Pietro Maria Bardi, a member of the Italian group at the Fourth Congress, called the Parthenon a masterpiece of rationalism. The modernists could only digest the Athenian classical heritage by bringing it in line with industrial modernity, but it always remained alien to them. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Socrates Georgiadis. We just had last evening a conversation with Beatriz Colomina and Regine Leibinger, and we were talking also about this little boat, this longer boat trip on Patrice to Athens. And during our conversation, we realized that there was actually a second boat trip, less well known, which was the boat trips by Mies van der Rohe on the river of the Spree after the closure of the Bauhaus in Berlin, also in 1933. I would like to move now to our next term, which is Pre-Collage, and I would like to introduce Tom Emerson, who is amongst us the co-founder of 6A Architects in London in 2001. Alongside his practice, he is the Dean of the Department of Architecture at ETH Zurich and Professor of Architecture, where he leads a studio exploring the relationships between making, landscape, and ecologies. Amongst the many publications Tom Emerson produced, I would especially mention in today's context his book from 2014 with the title Never Modern. Thank you, Tom Emerson, for being here.
Thank you, Stephan. Thank you for the invitation and to participate and to talk about this theme of bricolage in the context of the legacies of modernity or of modernism. I would argue that bricolage has been present and participating in all four of the revolutions that you talked about. The bricolage is a good traveller and generally is a witness to, if not a participant, to most important events in human affairs. But we're going to start with some of the kind of, let's say, objects of modernity. Maybe here, let's say, one of the first everyday objects of modernity, Tournel's number 14 chair from 1859 onwards, which was one of the first really mass-produced industrial chairs. An absolute classic also, which probably here we could have a very long conversation about welding and craft and the way that it was made in Germany and then subsequently in America. So we have kind of industrialization, craft, the military-industrial complex with the Eames in the 1940s, technologies they pioneered for the US military, and then our times now, unknown author, unknown designer, but basically fossil fuels, technology, capitalism, and so on. And so what I'd like to talk about is a kind of another tradition, or perhaps another attitude, which is that of the contingent, which is how bricolage kind of works its way. It's not just kind of roughness or improvisation, it's also incredibly refined, and it's very closely associated with repair, and that I think is one of its core values. Of course, repair at a sort of its most elevated in Japanese culture, and rather cruder in a more approximate culture from where I come from. But it is profoundly related to context, and contextualism, I guess, is one of its strong suits. But maybe, apart from these sort of little asides, it's also, you could say, opened the 20th century, maybe more so than any architect or author could claim to be. The Wright brothers were bicycle mechanics, which perhaps more fingertip intelligence than formal education, and they are the ones that gave the 20th century flight. They invented their own experiments, and a young artist, French artist, moving to America was very sensitive to this, and Marcel Duchamp very quickly kind of got a sense of the times in what the Wrights were doing, and even incorporating it into the large glass. So the conquest of space and flight, which becomes the theme of the 20th century, is really a great work of bricolage, and no less so than in places like NASA and the space program, where you get occasional reassuring evidence of the human hand. So if we were now to come back to Earth from the middle of the 20th century, does bricolage actually have a theory? Well, I would argue not really, but there are a few key texts, and because we've only got a few minutes, we're going to go very fast here. Probably the classic of all of them is the Claude Lévi-Strauss, the Savage Mind, La Pensée Sauvage, and since we really don't have much time, I would recommend the second half of the first chapter. That kind of nails it. But essentially, the bricoleur is fundamentally different to the engineer. So the engineer might be the kind of the character, the lead character of modernism with a capital M. The bricoleur is actually much more about performing a large number of diverse tasks, and maybe most importantly for today, is to make do with whatever is at hand. And that is their skill. Bricolage builds up structured sets by using the remains and debris of events. So bricolage also invokes history and resources. After the Lévi-Strauss text, there's a few in architecture that kind of come to try and somehow assert a kind of an architectural position, and probably the important ones might be the Charles Jenks and Nathan Silver ad hocism from 1972, which is really about improvisation, and they kind of document, you could say, the objects of that have been that have been kind of subverted, some of them for very violent ends, like these mafia tools. But maybe it's more about improvisation, freedom, and populism, a kind of democratization of the design process that comes around, alongside sort of hippie culture of the early 70s, the first oil crisis, of course. And then it's not that far away from things like the Whole Earth catalogue from a similar period, which maybe, once that is flipped into our kind of digital neoliberal age, becomes YouTube, which is the ultimate manual for the bricoleur. You can learn everything on YouTube. Architecturally, let's say taking it another step further, Colin Rowe in Collage City really carries a large chunk of his narrative towards bricolage, and then makes the kind of the key, one of the key distinctions with, let's say, Versailles on the left as the ultimate work of the engineer, where the whole landscape and architecture has been subsumed to obey the system of the engineer, which whether it be Le Nôtre or anybody else. Whereas Hadrian's Villa is the work of the bricoleur. It's a kind of accumulation of parts, of baths, of temples, gardens, theatres, and it could sort of go on forever. He also brings about things like the aux enfants use of industrial materials, the objet trouvé of the Vestigui apartment, the fake mountains of the Unité, or the kind of appropriation of commercial graphics. But he really reserves his greatest kind of appreciation of bricolage for Rome, Baroque and ancient Rome, which he describes as being bricolage mentality at its most lavish. Obelisk from here, a column from there, a range of statues from somewhere else, and so on. And then he goes on to compare Rome with London, London with LA, as all kind of works of bricolage. He also brings in this famous story from Isaiah Berlin about the fox and the hedgehog, where the fox is the bricoleur, knows a little bit about many things, and the hedgehog maybe is the engineer and knows everything about one thing, the primacy of a single idea and the multiplicity of stimulus. And Isaiah Berlin, it's a kind of, it's a literary metaphor, and then I've had a go at organizing a few other people in this thing, and then particularly with architects, not so many foxes in early modernism, but I think Mies, definitely a hedgehog. Le Corbusier, interestingly, I think a bit of a fox when he's an architect and a bit of a hedgehog when he's an urbanist. Frank Gehry, Lino Barbardi, Lacaton Vassal, I think definitely foxes. Zumthor, Sana, Olgiati, definitely hedgehogs. And of course, it brings about, it really comes to fruition in, let's say, Stephan, you talked about the Declaration of Independence, in the kind of the American story. And here we have the fox and the hedgehog dealing with their environments, which is really structured by that great event, which is the Declaration of Independence and the Ordnance Survey grid, this kind of, the great system that would kind of colonize America well before humans had actually or Western, the kind of colonists had set foot there. They kind of gridded the whole landscape. And within that kind of universal grid, there is actually almost infinite number of occasions for the bricoleur to come to work. And here, LA by Ed Ruscha went out for cigarettes and never came back. The suburbs, the suburban idyll, 1920s house, then kind of subverted by or transformed by Frank Gehry using the kind of vernaculars of commercial construction and leaving it all kind of revealing all of those systems as the kind of the environment itself. Closer to home, both in time and in space, Jan de Wilde and Inge Vink, who I think are talking this afternoon, kind of combine both the objects of architecture and the language of architecture, let's say in the bottom left, or in the pre-existing house, these pre-existing events, with the instruments to make the architecture. So both the process and the ends are sort of mixed together. And then this idea of the kind of contextualization and kind of shifting of materials continues throughout. Lina Bobardi and with her objects, her drawings, which from the 40s become Cesc Pompeia, and so on. So I'm just going to finish very quickly. Materials and tools at one end of the spectrum. These are students of mine at ETH who just make stuff, design and make stuff, and then take it down and then make it again. And then that can grow from a pavilion to a house, to a bigger building, to a landscape. And then sometimes it's actually the user who is the bricoleur, who misuses everything. And then, of course, at the other end of the spectrum, it's the survey. The survey as a kind of fiction. I think Sam's going to be talking about that, whether it be Piranesi or Ed Ruscha. And then that is the kind of other side of our work with bricolage. So I think I'll end it there with the disappearing city of Forst and how bricolage might be there for its renewal. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Tom Emerson. We are coming to our next term and our next guest. The term will be colonialism, and our next guest will be Tanya Mangino. She's an independent researcher and teaches political sciences and geography at the University of Hamburg. She's also an associate member of the Research Center Hamburg's Post-Colonial Heritage and Early Globalization. Her research focuses on decolonial and Afrocentric feminist theory, phenomena of post-colonial urban violence, and the European discourse on colonialism. Please welcome Tanya Mangino.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to the invitation. I'm really happy to be here. It's been inspiring. Okay, so let's begin with my word, and I have to begin by stating the obvious. I will not be able to speak about colonialism, coloniality, colonial history within 10 minutes. And I do need to say this because it's a history which has been hunting us for the last 500 years, and we still do not know enough to deal with it, nor to read it in the facades of our cities. So a history which is actually older than our cities and has an impact in almost every area of our lives. So what I can do in 10 minutes is to give you only 3 examples, which I have come up with in my own research without even looking for them, and which show actually in the entanglements of colonialism and modernity, just as Stephan in the presentation, in the introduction mentioned. So let's begin with the easiest part and with concepts. I would consider myself also a conceptual historian, and it's Koselleck who gave me this heritage to understand a little bit where the concepts come from and what are the histories entailed into them. So if I already mentioned a little bit the concepts which have evolved from colonialism, I mentioned perhaps post-colonialism, which of course does not mean that colonialism is closed and up, but it continues. I also mentioned already coloniality. Sorry, that's an E missing there. Colonial history, and we could also go back and see that the word colonist, colonizer, colonized, and even Columbus are related to the word colonialism. So to give you a little idea to make a connection to the first presentation, there's this big question: how do we orient ourselves in the city? And if you know the work of Sara Ahmed, probably you will know that already the word Orient. It's coming from an orientalization of the world. So it goes back to this guy who is remembered in almost every city of the world, and not just in the history, but anew. I'm talking about Columbus, of course, and yes, I think it's really important to mention that many cities, also the city where I am based, Hamburg, has decided to recover this heritage, which, of course, he never comes along. There's always the comrades coming along, so Vasco da Gama, Amerigo Vespucci, Diego de Leon, and all of the criminals that plundered the world and enslaved people. So that's a problem. The second example I want to give you, it's a little bit also what Stephan already mentioned in the introduction. So when we see a building and when you enter a public institution in Europe, much probably there will be a colonial history attached to that building, but you will not know it probably, and the institution will also ignore it. So that's why many authors speak about colonial amnesia or even politics of forgetfulness. Yes, just to give you one of the most known examples right now, which is being discussed in the media, Harvard has been built from the extraction of human labor. And they are dealing with this history right now. But it's not just a history about the States. I can also take you to my home city, Hamburg, and it has not exactly the same story, but a parallel story which can be also told from the mines of South Africa, which was built actually as a colonial museum, and it's not, it was not a colonial museum, sorry, a colonial institute, which became afterwards a university. So we see that there's a connection between the mines in South Africa, the exploitation of nature and resources, and modern institutions of higher education in Europe. And yes, because we are here now, and I think it's really important to mention also that there are founding moments in the history of modernity which show precisely the entanglements between colonialism and modernity, or modernism. And I do have to mention these really dramatic events which took place in almost every big city around Europe until mid of the 20th century. I'm talking about the colonial expositions. So I'll brought you some of the pictures which are of course really problematic, and I had to cut every time the racist representation of the person who was also part of the publicity of this event which took place in many cities in Germany, of course also in France and in Spain and in London. You see this one, for example, from Kassel, so taking place not that far away. And I just want you to think a little bit about the connections between architecture and the way of urbanizing the world, also in relation to what Socrates said at the first presentation, in this kind of wound that characterize our cities, in which there is always a division between what is supposed to be modern and what is supposed to be oriental or uncivilized. And these events are precisely performed for this contraposition of realities to be consumed by the visitors. So you see another one, for example, come to Paris, and you see the different buildings. And I just want to mention one really striking event at the World Fair of 89, as the Eiffel Tower was inaugurated. At the same time, there were people, mostly from Senegal, displaced along the Champs of Mars. So we forget that contraposition. There's nothing in the city of Paris which is remembering to that racist event. And at the same moment, the Grand Ensemble, what became today the banlieues, were presented in one of these settings. So we have these three events taking place at the same time and which actually show how the world was being urbanized, as Membe calls it. And yes, so you skipped it, but I do brought it back. Stephan, the Glass Palace should be an important symbol for this intertwinings between modernity, colonialism, and the urbanization of the world. What does it mean to us? I just brought you a quote from The Guardian. There's really no author there, but I think we could also apply it to our own German societies. Yes, so I hope you had enough time to read it. So there's a problem if we do not acknowledge the colonial past of our cities, and if we continue to orient ourselves with semantics that reproduce this colonial violence. So instead of asking, do they speak, as Spivak most prominently said, I would invite you to ask this question: why don't we listen? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tanya Mangino. We are coming to our next term, which is culture. And our next speaker will be Sharon Golan. She's an architect, curator, critic, and cultural consultant specializing in the field of modernity. She's the founder and research director at the Lieblinghaus, a model house situated in the heart of the declared UNESCO World Heritage Zone of Tel Aviv. The center, the Lieblinghaus, acts as a leading exhibition, research, training, and knowledge center in the fields of conservation, urban planning, and architecture. The Lieblinghaus is a joint project of Tel Aviv-Yafo municipality and the German Federal Building Ministry. Welcome, Sharon Golan.
So before I start, I would like to kind of get you into the feeling of the space, the feeling of Tel Aviv, the genius loci of this town. Introduction to sort of the flair of the White City. This is the Lieblinghaus. As you saw in the last images, there are a lot of modernistic buildings right in the heart of the White City. This is one of the 4,000 buildings, which is also the house of the center which we run. So when we did the opening in 2019, we have done a lot of research before, and during this research we found out also interesting objects like this door handle by the company u.v.a. The designer is Max Burkhardt, but this company also did those letters, dem deutschen Volke, which are on the Reichstag and were done from the bullets of the First World War. The topography was designed by Peter Behrens. Also, Leovi, a company, did handles for the Bauhaus. You can see the Gropius Türgriff here in the bottom. Other artifacts we found are those tiles. You can see them around the Lieblinghaus everywhere in many shades and colors. When we turned the tile around, we found out that it was made in Germany by Valery and Bach in Mettlach. So our research continued, and we found more and more objects which referred us back to a very controversial episode in the German-Israeli relationship. So during the 30s, actually there was a boycott of Americans on German goods on one hand, and on the second hand there was a problem for the Jewish population in Germany to bring their money out, so sort of Reichsmarktflucht fear. So the Zionist federal institution saw this as an opportunity and made a contract with the Nazis where one could bring their money into a bank in Germany, and this bank would then bring the money in forms of goods to Mandatory Palestine. And this is how really 150 million Reichsmark were brought to Mandatory Palestine alongside with many objects of modernism, but also other objects to be placed in the first Hebrew city. So back maybe to a reference of this photo collage image. I think that we can say that by banning the Neue Sachlichkeit or the entartete Kunst, as it was mentioned by the regime back then, the immigrants that flocked the shores of Mandatory Palestine saw this language to be fitted as a local canon, like a lingua franca of how to really build in Mandatory Palestine back then. So on one hand, it was far enough from the ideology in Germany back then, and also it meant building sort of an urban future with this kind of architecture. So in 2003, UNESCO declared Tel Aviv as the largest ensemble of modernistic architecture around the world. But I think its outstanding significance doesn't lay in the climatic adaptation of the style to the Levant or the whitewashed facades. It's really rather the ecosystem of the city that makes it so unique. We have of course, artifacts that we saw. We have crafts, the communities, the gardens, the public spaces, and the complete urban landscape, which is more than everything else making out this historic urban landscape to be a unique site. But to come back to what we do today and critically reflect on that, we actually top up those buildings because Tel Aviv in 2040 will double its population. And if we think about it, then we do conservation hand in hand with city regeneration. This might be a good thing because there's no net land take if you talk about sustainability today. And also maybe if you think about every new building, however green it is, it would never be so ecological then as just conserving a building as it is. But although it might sound sustainable, we have to understand that 25% or maybe there is a very, very large gentrification process, and every single unit of these housings get 25% more in the cost. So the world is becoming increasingly urbanized, but what do we do with our rooftops is a good question to ask. So, tangible memory. A city has a role in creating a collective memory, hence shaping a society's culture. Conservation of cultural diversity and traditions of communal life, social identity, and even tribal life. I just came back from the Documenta, and this was really the essence, no? This sort of tribalism is what holds a society together. It's about cultural identity, and the definition of culture can also be defined by its built environment. In both cases, the phenomenological aspect of the Weissenhofsiedlung and the White City are this driven force of an urban experiment answering the dire need of society to evolve in a specific point in time. So it's actually its spiritual value here in the Stuttgart Weissenhof and the White City of Tel Aviv. So we at the Liebling House are more a community center, and we work with the community in order to engage them with the understanding of their own heritage, both in art projects, but also in professional aspects. For example, we keep on asking the question, what is the White City? So constantly reflecting on what we do. For an example here, this is a residency program, so we always invite a new resident to answer this question. And standing here, not being part of the academic scene, I always hear that in the academia you finish with a question mark. So yeah, what is the White City? Just an example of Laura Cottiger. She's an artist, the last artist who answered this question. And Cottiger examines the functionality of modernist architecture, urban spaces, and their effect on life they contain. It is a contemporary reflection of our culture as a native-like, an urban mythology-like, a folkloristic tale. It should always be reflected in the eyes of the beholder. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sharon Gulan, for this presentation. I agree with this remark on the question mark. I have to admit, we actually thought about calling this conference What is Modern Architecture Today, but we then gave up a bit later. Yeah. I would like to come to our next term, which is Dissent, and our next speaker, which is Verena Hartbaum, my colleague at the IGmA. Verena Hartbaum is a research associate at the IGmA. She received her MA in Architecture and Urban Research from the program A42.org at the Nuremberg Academy of Fine Arts. She has been teaching at the University of Applied Sciences in Karlsruhe and at the TU Berlin, and published, amongst others, on the topics of retrospective architecture. Welcome, Verena Hartbaum.
Thank you, Stephan. Dissent is the communicated rejection of a previous communication, and thus the basic precondition for a conflict. Dissent arises from the fact that it is communicated in a spoken but also in a non-spoken way, openly and provocatively, or just as a cautious, gentle no. Dissent is the interruption of a process, of a communication, and creates uncertainty about its progress until it is assimilated into the process and does not disturb it any further. Following Niklas Luhmann, dissent fulfills a warning and alarm function since it indicates the inappropriateness of a state. In this, it is similar to an immune system. The immediate consequence of dissent is conflict. A conflict is, again following Niklas Luhmann, a parasitic social system that tends to absorb the resources of the supporting system for a certain time. An escalating conflict represents an existential danger, but at the same time, the conflict is necessary for survival, as it is the motor for modification and change. That's it. Pre-modern social theories describe conflict as an archaic state of nature in which humans are inherently violence-oriented. The church, as well as the state, created their legitimacy just by their opposite to the conflict as an element of pre-sociality. This has changed within the modern age. In the Communist Manifesto, for example, the conflict of interdependent classes take place daily as long as they are bound together by capitalist relations of production. Max Weber, as well as Georg Simmel, identified in agonistic actions the structuring process of socialization. But it was the FDP politician from the Liberal Party, Ralph Dahrendorf's book, Conflict and Freedom from 1972, that placed the social conflict at the center of social theory. All social life is conflict because it is change. In conflict, therefore, lies the creative nucleus of all society and the chance of freedom. That was Dahrendorf's thesis. After the fall of the Iron Curtain, new and numerous constellations of conflict became visible, and conflict theories, by now a discipline of their own, increased in virulence. Chantal Mouffe for Jacques Rossier emphasized the urgency of dispute and agonism as a basic precondition for democracy. With reference to Antonio Gramsci, these so-called radical theorists of democracy now consider the consensus as the end of politics, as a post-democratic instrument of rule, and as the end of all democratic process. Positive thoughts on the consensus, mostly with reference to Jürgen Habermas, oscillate between the ideal of reason and the model of deliberation or deliberative democracy. The unforced compulsion to the better argument is here, in the mainstream of democratic theory, the guiding idea of a communication among free and equal citizens. But this consensus remains idealistic. To use Niklas Luhmann's words again, a factual consensus on relevant decision contents is empirically not identifiable. Indeed, in highly complex societies, it is completely unthinkable. Luhmann suggests replacing the concept of consensus with the concept of legitimacy. Because legitimacy is not, as with consensus, about the voluntary agreement of decisions, because that would be extremely improbable, but it is about a social climate that institutionalizes the recognition of binding decisions as a self-evident fact. We will now continue to work with these two opponents and explore the question of what this has to do with architecture. Not without reminding that the space we are in has also emerged in a tug of war between dissent and legitimacy. In fact, the concept of legitimacy is extremely useful for architectural theory of modernity. What Adolf Loos still described in 1910 with the sentence, "The house has to be liked by everyone," as a difference from the work of art, which has to be liked by no one, has since developed into numerous legitimation strategies which are to be elevated as a basis of modernism par excellence because they served to cope with that enormous increase in complexity. These legitimation strategies manifest themselves in the form of laws, norms, and procedures. Today, planning and building would be impossible without the architectural competition procedure and, in general, a regulated system of awarding contracts, without the building use ordinance, without a fee schedule or the building code, and many more, as well as thousands of commentaries. This systematic regulation of construction begins in the mid-19th century in the context of increasingly stressful living conditions and in the context of the organizing profession. The greatest foundation of our present building and planning rules can be traced back to the centralization processes by the Nazis. In the context of the political and administrative reorganization following the founding of the Federal Republic of Germany and the German Democratic Republic in 1949, numerous procedures were initially placed back in the hand of the associations or regulated at the federal state level. In other countries of Europe and beyond, as well as in the east of Germany, sometimes surprisingly similar, sometimes completely different regulations were installed. All of these described documents and procedures have been updated several times until today. A climax in the development of the regulation was marked by the year 1977, when even those procedures that in the post-war order had still been placed in the hand of the associations or had been laid down at the federal state level were centralized once again. Also in the 1970s, social dissent was incorporated on a large scale for the first time. Disruption had first manifested itself in the form of protests or squatting, but also in the strategy of refusal expressed through manifestos and declarations. On a formal level, both postmodernism and deconstructivism were maybe also ways of questioning legitimacy. Finally, in the case of historical preservation and in the case of public participation, the potential for conflict had reached such a high level that further integrative procedures were needed to secure the continuity of planning and building. The urban development funding, the Städtebauförderung, laws on protection of historical monuments, Denkmalschutzgesetze, and the Administrative Procedure Act, das Verwaltungsverfahrengesetz. A shift in the organization of legitimation begins with a political and economic reorganization brought about by the fall of the Iron Curtain and the European integration. Adopted to EU conformity, some of the legitimation strategies just before confirmed with the reunification are increasingly in crisis. For example, legitimation through architectural competition is disappearing because it is less and less often conducted fairly and openly. The Baunutzungsverordnung, the Building Use Ordinance, is increasingly coming under criticism because it hinders the free play of forces in the market. The EU-wide award procedure has become an administrative headache, and the very special German fee schedule has recently lost its binding force. It seems that the days of those strict state regulations of the modern era are counted. Architectural conflicts such as Stuttgart 21 testify the loss of legitimacy. More and more, soft procedures of governance generate legitimacy of and for architecture. Although these are not new, they are becoming more and more important. What I mean is strategies of communication, for which there has been a separate state foundation in Germany since 2007. The mediation of architecture, the increasing importance of guiding principles and guiding lines, the Leitbilder. Just imagine the numbers of charters on architecture and urban planning has increased about 10 times since the 1990s. Moderated planning processes by external actors, or privatized procedures of quality management, such as the accreditation of architectural education and the certification system. I will not end with the question mark. This increasing diffuseness is initially not good news for dissent. Although the potential for social conflict seems to have risen sharply in the recent years, in the field of architecture and urban planning, it has become increasingly difficult to place a contradiction, to place a dissent, at least in terms of procedures. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Verena Hartbaum. We are already in the middle of a roller coaster of presentations, ideas, pictures, theories, but I don't see any exhaustion in our auditorium, so I suggest we continue, and I will hand over to my dear colleague, Leo Hermann.
Yes, thank you, Stephan. Yeah, I'm very happy to be hosting this Index of Modern Architecture today together with Stephan Trüby. It's actually my first time hosting such an event in presence, not online, so I'm very happy that this can happen the way it does, and I want to thank the IGmA for giving us the opportunity to host this day as part of the 3-day plenum. We would Well, we all know that the schedule that we have today is very tight, so I will keep my part here as short as possible. My name is Leo Hermann. I'm a research associate at the Institute for Principles of Modern Architecture, Design and Theory, which is headed by Stephan Trüby. And the next speaker that we have is Elad Horn, who joins us from Israel, from Haifa. He's a research fellow and PhD candidate in architectural history and digital humanities at the Technion, and he examines the way economic transformations affect architecture and its idioms, and of course he touches on post-modernity with this. His latest publication is called POMO, Architecture of Privatization, and his talk is going to be about the notion of the economy. Elad.
Start a presentation. Here we go. Yeah. Let's do that.
Thank you for your patience. Architecture cannot exist without someone else's money. At its most basic form, a building is an economic enterprise that cannot turn into reality without significant investment of capital, as it involves real estate financial schemes, plenty of professional expertise and material extraction, processing, and transportation. So why is it that we assign architectural creation to style, form, and ideology, but hardly ever to money, developers, and the economy? How come the economy is such a repressed topic in our discourse? Assuming that separating architectural expression from architectural production prevents a fuller understanding of the mechanisms that drive architectural change, I'll briefly explore the possible interplay of economy and architecture to question the gap within modern architecture. So, I'm taking off where Sharon left us, and to do so, I'm looking at Tel Aviv, the economic and cultural capital of Israel on the Mediterranean, that demonstrated a coherent modern stylistic path since its birth in 1909, thinking that if the rupture in the modern path have happened, it could have been tied to economic changes. The city's rapid expansion in the 30s is well known today to have been conducted and constructed under the ethos of modern architecture and the international style. It was later acknowledged as UNESCO's White City of Tel Aviv, or as others would call it, an endless field of plastered white boxes. Later, after Israel's independence in 1948, the city took a predicted take toward post-war modernism with brutalist raw concrete administrative headquarters and public housing projects. This style was praised as being characteristic of the Israeli spirit for its roughness, austerity, and functionalism. This praised functionalism slowly directed local architects toward its bare minimum, sometimes referred to as constructors' boxes. But since the mid-80s, we identify an apparent break with the former architectural tradition, as can clearly be seen in such residential forms here. with those staggered hyper-modernist mushroom balconies, sometimes referred to as neo-Bauhaus. Or here, in this kind of public building language, the term turned into this. Usually such changes are disregarded as the ugly postmodern fad, but I refuse to do so. Trying to better understand that shift, I found the very limited local literature on this period to be focused mainly on stylistic reasoning and on the ideological break with post-war modern architecture. So I directed my search to the modern architectural historiography. There I found that although the founders did tend to focus on the creative forces of protagonists that allegedly push forward new architectural styles, since the 1960s, a new generation of theorists forged other historiographical paths. Building on earlier sociologists that viewed money as a rationalizing vehicle of the modern city, they called for critical analysis of architecture's operative externalities, especially its relationship with the economy, which has been further affected by the rise of neoliberal politics and practices, has been discussed throughout the 90s. But since then, not much have been done. Or, as the historian Sarah Stevens recently claimed in her ongoing attempts to financialize architectural historiography, and I quote, architectural historians have rarely paid close attention to the influence of finance on design decisions, and that the finance industry remains monolithic and somewhat blurry, a black box of forces that controls all without revealing its own inner workings. Recently, we've seen some progress in that front, however, it is still not enough. So, I went to the architects themselves, asking them what do they think have happened. They told me quite a similar story, that after graduating, they couldn't find work in the established architectural studios in Tel Aviv, so they had to do their own way and created a new style that opposed modernism and brutalism and was influenced by Western contemporary designs. I was not fully convinced with that stylistic reasoning either, especially since they talked about the lack of opportunities in the first half of the 80s, and together with other hints of economic instability, made me look for other missing links that are perhaps external to architectural and might be related to how architects tell their own stories. So I had no choice but to look at the economy. So what happened in Israel that was so unnerving in the 80s? Now we are looking at a country that have gone a radical economic shift in its transition from a semi-socialist state with a single left ruling government to a neoliberal right-wing one in just a decade, from the 70s to the 80s. This unsuccessful transition was enhanced by Prime Minister Begin after 1977 and resulted in deepening the economic crisis that was already present from 1973 and is known as the lost decade due to the ongoing rising inflation and unemployment that peaked in 1984. As the inflation reached its highest point, here in red, and rendered the entire economy on the verge of collapse. This crisis was resolved with the Economic Stabilization Plan in July of 1985, which is considered the beginning of the modern history of Israel's economy. This was defined by ongoing neoliberal processes of deregulation, privatization, and minimizing state interventions. And all of that actually happened overnight and resulted a few years later in a housing boom, in part also due to the former Soviet Union Jewish immigration. You can see in black. Now, these processes had played a major role in Tel Aviv that was conceptualized on private capital at large. As the city went out of the crisis around the same time as the economic recovery of the markets. However, in the 80s, we find the city in a state of disrepair due to a massive depopulation, as you can see, and an urban blight crisis. Now, I had to ask, what if these architects that were entering the market in that period, how have they reacted? And how that period have affected their design and approach to architecture? By tracing, quantifying, and mapping the 3,500 residential and commercial buildings built in the city in that period, I could see that the construction field experienced a drastic reduction in volume, as you can see here, in the mid-80s, that resulted in a deep recession in new architectural commissions, which hit harder on the more established and experienced architectural firms. In a way, the economic crisis cleared the way for younger and inexperienced architects that were pushed and quick to adapt to the constraints of the economic crisis. Economic factors thus played a crucial role in disrupting professional conventions and opened up new types of architectural expression, such as, and now I have to move back to a short clip. I'm trying to. Okay. That's difficult. Yeah.
Well,
that's a surprise. Success. I just want to show you a short clip, original from the 80s, and introduce Simona Barsaglia. That came into the city in the 80s, was tired of seeing that dull boxes in the streets of Tel Aviv, and thought she needs to do something different. She needs to make the city more beautiful, like a bead, a jewel in the necklace, on the necklace of the streets. And she built more than 300 buildings in that period, all look like her or others. And I consider it a really big change, as the developers could actually charge 30% more on her apartment that she called Neo-Bauhaus. Let's try and get back to our last two slides and and show you another example of Tzvi Harel, who out of unemployment started sketching architectural cartoons criticizing the new culture of pastiche villas in the suburbs. In this one, he offered to pile them up and make a tower out of them and back into the city. He couldn't imagine that a developer would actually ask him a few years later to build that on the promenade of Tel Aviv. But that's exactly what happened. He also asked him that from each room you could see a sea view, and that no two floors would look the same. 5 years ago, the fourth floor villa was sold in 3.5 million euros. So, this new language, to conclude, this new language of architecture is like a bone in the throat of modern white architecture, and is easily being disregarded. But I think that only by finding ways to connect the two worlds of architecture and economy, we will be able to fully understand and maybe appreciate it. This is possible today with harnessing new geographic and data technologies for historical research, and that's what I'm trying to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elat. Thank you for these insights into your research, your kind of case study on the effects of financialization in Tel Aviv. The next speaker on the second panel of this index will be Markus Allmann. He's a professor of architecture at our school at the University of Stuttgart, and he's certainly one of the most accomplished and influential teachers in design there. He's also been a founding partner of Alman Sattler Wappner Architekten in 1987. The company now is called Alman Wappner, and he will speak about the notion experiment. There he is.
Okay. Okay. Yes, thank you for invitation and thank you for the introduction. 10 minutes. Here we go. On y va. What do we mean when we say experiment? In general, we can assume that every experiment begins with a theory used to develop various hypotheses that are subsequently tested and either confirmed or contradicted through a rigorous series of experiments. In terms of architecture, experiments usually serve as a prototypical precursor to a spatial design, structural, organizational, or even procedural principle. Experiments in this space take place at a more manageable, less risk-laden scale in an effort to judge the effectiveness and the impact of the architecture at human scale. In this short presentation, I would like to focus on what I consider to be one of modernity's greatest experiments in the truest sense of the word, and briefly outline the methodology, the results, and the illustrative value of this bold experiment. The thing. Back in those halcyon days of 1972, when society was still in the thrall of rapid technological progress, social unrest and disruption, and two competing and diametrical opposed political systems, a remarkable building went up in Paris. A building that defied the usual categories of architectural typology and was simply referred to as le truc en français, or the thing. Its unveiling unleashed a level of uproar and controversy not seen in Europe since the construction of the Eiffel Tower. The thing contains 30,400 tons of steel and reinforced concrete, measuring 166 meters long, 60 meters deep, and 47 meters high. My God, how hideous, wrote the Journal du Dimanche, a monster straight out of the King Kong universe, responded the Figaro indignantly. The headlines in Germany ran with the biggest slap in the face that Lutetia has ever received, and intestinal tract or Valhalla. Others praised the provocation, insisting that a great cultural utopia had at last found its material equivalent and that it foreshadowed an entire new universe waiting to be discovered. Today, the Centre Pompidou has the highest footfall of all the buildings in Paris, a monumental work of architecture without which, despite the enormous sums of money invested each year in its maintenance and upkeep, modern Paris would be unthinkable. The experimental setup. How did this building come to be? The mission. The 1975 law governing the management of the museum states, the National Public Center for Art and Culture, bearing the name Georges Pompidou, shall favor the creation of works of art and of the mind. It shall contribute to the enrichment of the national cultural patrimony, public information and education, the diffusion of artistic creations and social communication. The location. The Beaubourg Plateau, an inner-city wasteland in the 4th arrondissement, where authorities had demolished entire blocks of apartments in the period leading up to 1936 to combat a tuberculosis epidemic raging through the tenements. As a result, the neighborhood was extremely densely populated, but also had at the same time vast underutilized vacant lots. The social demographics of the area, mainly lower to middle income, meant that the residents were precisely the target group the building was trying to inspire and galvanize. Ironically, the success of the building was ultimately what drove that very group out of the neighborhood. The initiator. Georges Pompidou, we saw François Mitterrand and Helmut Kohl from Bernhard, I think is really a good guy. Georges Pompidou was the driving force behind the project, working to lay the political groundwork for the project during his time as Prime Minister. Counter to the mission of other elitist institutions, the idea here was to make art exhibited based on various thematic links, accessible to all socio-economic classes. It was, of course, a prestige project, so one with clear socially minded intentions. And Pompidou was obviously a man of style as well. The deciders. A jury of prominent cultural leaders chose the project submitted by Piano and Rogers from a pool of 681 entries. They deliberately set out to select a project with experimental character, one that radically rethinks the future. Jean Prouvé, there in the center, was the chairman of the jury. Virtually every jury at the time was, to be sure, an all-male affair. The design team. Piano and Rogers developed their concept for the project in collaboration with Happold and Rice from u.v.a. The two engineers, they had encouraged the architects to enter the competition in the first place. This anti-hierarchical, interdisciplinary design approach was a total novelty at the time. At the time, they described their process as follows. Our task is to research and actively participate in a system that provides shelter, food, education, and quality of life for the have-nots, while also working to alleviate the stress, responsibility, anxiety of the haves. Later in the same text, one way to approach this challenge is to first interrogate our own lifestyles and then to harness our own creative capacity and the wide range of technological innovations available today to address the real needs of the world, end quote. The outcome. The original entry in the competition is more of a rough sketch of the project than an accurate representation of the actual structure they intend to build. That said, the model presented to the jury clearly shows the project's underlying discursive principles. They reference archigram and the hypothesis of Peter Cook, no monumentality, no permanence, architecture does not need to be, as well as Zetic Price's Fun Palace from 1964. The understanding of the public space reflects the ideas of Henri Lefebvre and the right to the city. The original concept opens the entire ground floor to the general public. Making the spaces flexible and prioritizing lightweight construction are key characteristics of the design. Clearly evident is a rejection of exquisite forms in favor of a more industrial aesthetic, which ultimately becomes exquisite in its final build iteration by explicitly displaying the supporting and load-bearing elements and externalizing the building's technical and functional components. This cross-section provides the best vantage point to see the most radically modernist elements of the design. The constructive system takes precedence, even in the blueprints, and is an actor with the same standing as the exhibits and the users. The knot becomes a joint, stable instability and motionless movement, unconditional transparency, and all transitions abolished as a result. Architecture stripped of its clothes, only skeleton and internal organs remain. The significance. From a process point of view, the unmitigated access to the technical infrastructure, the radical transparency of the project's framing, and the willingness to take the risk of championing the unknown over the conventional are noteworthy. These are all qualities that are increasingly rare in architecture today, due in part to current production conditions. In terms of how we conceptualize spaces, The prevailing and most popular model today seems to be an effort to achieve maximum flexibility by stacking huge empty halls on top of another. What makes the design of the Pompidou so relevant for us today, however, in contrast to radically reductive geometric modernism, is the way it regards the constructive elements as primary. Whereas Gropius and Le Corbusier took every opportunity to talk about a construction, there is hardly a single constructive joint visible in any of their buildings. Their movement instead gave us clean, immaculate surfaces on the exterior envelope and volumes under the light, rather than causality and the visible logic of a structure that has been assembled piece by piece. The Centre Pompidou, with the excessive exhibitionism of its visible joints and infrastructure, with its building materials and techniques that gobble up precious resources, is by no means a direct model for today's architects. It is, however, in its conceptual approach, the basis in both form and function for contemporary architectural movements, movements that now, 40 years later, are following in its footsteps by experimenting with prefabrication and additive construction methods in response to both appropriability and the growing scarcity of resources and energy. Thank you.
Thank you, Markus Ahlmann, for these reflections on le truc, the thing. Next, I would like to introduce you to Vera Krimmer. She's a student at our faculty at the School of Architecture of the University of Stuttgart, and she's one of a number of students who are driving and demanding a reflection on the curriculum, on teaching methods, on architecture as such, from a somewhat feminist intersectional perspective. I think Vera would prefer the term intersectional. Last year she received a scholarship from the Architektur magazine in Berlin, and she contributed to an issue on that very subject, on intersectional feminist spatial practice. And we invited her today to present her take on feminism and modern architecture, and also on the historiography of modern architecture from a feminist perspective. Vera.
Hello, thank you for the invitation, and hello everybody. Does that continue, or? Okay, good. We talk about modernity and about modernism, and as architects and urban planners, we agreed on a certain way of reading and on canonization. Looking into feminist and intersectional approaches towards modernity, I continue to wonder what our perceptions of the modern would look like if there was more than this one truth, or in fact, if the true story wasn't partly obliterated. Would we stick to our narrative of the heroic genius? And would we still see modernity as a journey of emancipation? Because some people in architecture have been erased from popular narration. Women, people of color, queer people, or even those from the global south. The voids are slowly being filled, but structural rethinking has not yet taken place. The assumption that there were no women architects or no women in architectural practice and theory before the mid-20th century persists, even though we know now that their forgetting has more to do with the way how we think and write about architects. For instance, the monograph as the dominant form of modern architectural historiography was predominantly reserved for male protagonists and promoted the associated idea of the solo genius. And female architects, on the other hand, who for professional and private reasons had always practiced mostly in collaborations, were doomed to collective oblivion, or their names have been dissolved in the mementos of great men. The best known victim of this mindset, we all know, is Denise Scott Brown, whose husband and office partner, Robert Venturi, was solemnly honored with the Pritzker Prize in 1991 for their joint life's work. A case that, by the way, was repeated in 2012 with the award for China's Office Amateur Architecture Studios founder Wang Xu, without his partner, co-founder and wife, Lu Wenyu. The most recent victim to this mindset is Marlene Möschke-Pölzig, who self-designed and built her family home. And the house was then marked, as you can see here, with a plaque indicating only that the great architect Hans Pölzig has lived there. And it fell prey to demolition last autumn. The question whether the building would have been a listed building if her husband had designed it is up for debate. And the question shows that simply filling the gaps in canonization is not enough, but a structural overthrow of thinking might be necessary. While on the one hand, some actors, as I said, were excluded from the narrative of modernity, on the other hand, the heroes have been unquestionably reproduced and continue to stand on pedestals today without the need to contextualize their work. We heard both these names already today. Adolf Loos and Le Corbusier, to name but two, serve this cult of the genius and dominate architectural storytelling and teaching to this day, ignoring the pedosexual crimes of the one and the sexist, racist, and Nazi glorifying activities of the other. When moving from planning to using perspective, marginalized groups are excluded even more, and we can see parallels to that false claim of universalism that I talked about earlier in my introduction. A functionally separated city, with its division into public and private spheres, is only separated along these dividing lines from a patriarchal perspective, a male perspective. For women who in the modern ideal of the heterosexual nuclear family manage the domestic realm and perform private care work, the home does not equal leisure and retreat, but unpaid full-time work. And the public space, in the form of the car city, that is oriented towards the mobility of the working man, means long distances for women running errands and, moreover, often spaces of fear for vulnerable groups. This ideal persists despite the fact that an increasing number of households include both employed partners, and the functionally separated city is slowly disappearing as a norm. Today's view of modernity is often a formal one, but let's not make it too easy for ourselves. If we reduce a failed emancipation project to questions of form, we neglect the responsibility that comes with the society-building dimension of our profession. And we deprive ourselves from the chance of gaining insight for further questions. Especially if we want to face today's crisis, we must overcome the old ideals and create new narratives. The age of starchitects might be over, but our office structure and our teaching culture are still patriarchally structured. In Germany, the construction industry comes last in terms of the proportion of women in the industry average. And although 53% of architecture graduates in 2019 were female, their share of the profession was only 30%. Design shapes our world and reproduces or contributes to the dissolution of discriminating structures. Another crisis we face today, and that we as architects and urban planners could worsen or diminish, is the climate crisis. Now is the time for less heroism and more collaborative, feminist, intersectional, interdisciplinary, and bottom-up approaches. In architectural practice, theory, and teaching. Zooming in, as designers, we have the ability to break down biases and deconstruct gender assignments or old understandings of sex and gender. We can ensure that care work continues to be seen as a female issue, or that it is finally negotiated across society. For instance, we can design buildings that implement care work as a collective issue, like Barcelona-based architecture studio La Colle, who in their housing and office projects focus on strengthening collaborative structures of residents through design. They call it mutual care. We can build for new family models beyond the nuclear concept, like Summa Conferma San Remo, with its flexibly organized concepts of Durchwohnen, pierced flats, and La Colle's La Borda, with its elastic flats, plus connectable possibility spaces. And we can dismantle hierarchies and glass ceilings in our very own practices and office structures. Allow employees to take credit for their own designs and reorganize ourselves in cooperatives like La Colle and Assemble, to give an example. After all, the questions are not limited to feminism, but are intersectional ones. We can build against women's sense of insecurities through neighborhood development, leading to gentrification, and expose multi-discriminated women, such as homeless, disabled, poor, and women of color, to even greater unsafety. Or instead, by designing inclusively, we have the chance to bring communities together. We can house old or disabled women and men and others in segregated spaces, or come up with concepts to take care of them amidst society. We can indirectly exclude women and trans people by not planning toilets for them in public spaces, or deny non-binary people their identity by not considering them in our planning. Or we could facilitate their participation in society. With our decisions, we can actively include or exclude people. Architecture means participation if we understand it as more than questions of form. Building or not building means care work for a broken planet. Planning and constructing means creating spaces for a society of tomorrow. I would like to close with an iconic image of a modern building that we all know by Ludwig Mies van der Rohe. We need to find a whole new narrative. Let's this time bring all people towards and beyond architecture. Thank you.
Thank you, Vera. Yeah, thank you very much, Vera, for this committed statement and this array of perspectives. Next, we have Sam Jacob. He's the principal of Sam Jacob Studio in London, which does architecture, design, and exhibition projects. And he was also a founding director of the legendary FET Architecture, Fashion Architecture Taste, a studio which reunited briefly, I think 2 years ago, teaching at the State Academy of Fine Arts as guests. So he knows the Weissenhof quite well, I imagine. He's a professor of architecture at the University of Illinois in Chicago and a visiting professor at the TU Wien. And he's going to speak about fiction as soon as his presentation comes up.
Yeah, I did teach here, but I didn't come here. It was in the middle of lockdown. So I've been given the topic of fiction, and I think that's probably something to do with I've made a career out of making a straw man of modernism and sort of reacting against, you know, fictions that I would invent that modernism stood for, and that's I suppose that's how FAT survived. But this is a talk really about how architecture makes abstract and invisible ideas real. It makes them into the physical fabric of the world, and how fiction, in a sense, is the starting point. And also the way in which we could begin to undo some of the structures which are inherently built into the physical world around us. So it's something to do with the hyperfictional and the superreal perhaps being much more similar than we would normally imagine, or that architecture itself is a form of docudrama, that it's somehow a weird merging of these two, let's say, usually thought of as distinct kind of entities. Documentary, reality, drama, fiction. I thought this was going to be all about the Riesenhof, so I'm kind of happy to be able to show some slides which we haven't seen, just down the road. Familiar view, nevertheless, of arrangement of objects on the prow of a hill, objects that embody ideas, arranged like little pieces on a mantelpiece, that were designed to be viewed, that were part of an exhibition, in a kind of weird double, that it's both real and a kind of model at the same time. The plan is a little bit like a still life, and perhaps its original intention, but certainly its role now as a kind of UNESCO heritage site, a significant site of modernism. You can see here the exact issue that you were talking about, the kind of association of the heroic male modernists, where their heads are even bigger than the small blocks which we see on the plan. So, of course, it has something in common with this, which was started in 1927, the year that the Riesenhof was kind of finished, I guess. So maybe there was something in the air. Maybe these are both aspects of modernism, 4 faces as objects, 4 personalities, all under one ideology, rendered in one material, 4 ideas made visible through the reorganization of material and space. You can see here orientation of modernity to be shown off as a kind of model. And we can see here in this aerial view of Mount Rushmore, maybe the crown of a presidential head, but you can also see the spoil, the chipping away of the mountain just left as a kind of terrain below it. This is the evidence of the earth being shaped into an image of an ideology. You could say a way of taking an abstract idea, let's say American, kind of an idea of American democracy, idea of America itself, abstract idea made into the most real thing you could possibly imagine, something you can't argue with. You can't argue with a mountain. So perhaps this is why that's, the sort of underlying idea of the project. But it's also true of, let's say, all architectural projects, the manifestation of ideas into material forms, things you can stub your toe on, bang your head into, things which you cannot argue with. A wall is not a thing you can argue with. It becomes a fact in the world, something that we then have to negotiate. Negotiate through the way we look at it and the ways we inhabit it, which may or may not be similar to the ideas that the architect had in the first place. Frames for the life that we then lead. The forms themselves, I think, are important, how and what they embody. So you could say, in the origins of modern architecture, the kind of comparison between industries and commercialism of the early 20th century, allied to kind of historicism and classicism in Le Corbusier's sense, or the kind of apparently universalizing grid of Mies and another strand of modernity. These, of course, are ideas, abstract ideas, fictions about the world, which are then manifested into the world. And those fictions become the structures which then organize us. And this is why that idea of the fictional becomes so relevant, not just as a kind of interesting aside, but because it exactly embodies those ideas of politics, economics, and ideology, which are the frameworks within which we survive. So perhaps some other thoughts maybe about how the fictional can be undone and why that might be important. To think of how fictions in theatre might work, so the script, the narrative, The stage direction, perhaps the most famous one, exit pursued by a bear from A Winter's Tale. Here, instructions on how to use, like this room, scripts in a sense, these pews, which you are sitting on listening to my sermon, already structure the behavior of the space. We could say also spatially, here's a narrative diagram of Hamlet. So, you know, fiction can also be a spatial construct. Performance, gestures, clothing, etc. But if we take a related term, enactment, enactment is the moment that legislation becomes law, the moment that, let's say, an abstract idea becomes something you cannot argue with because it becomes a reality. You can see certainly this coming together of different sorts of fictions and the law right now in the Supreme Court in the United States. And we could think too of how architecture absorbs its own narratives, the Vitruvian myth of the column, for example, where the story about the origin of architecture kind of becomes replayed into the fact of architecture. The same with the stone temple as a recreation of the timber temple, or perhaps in modernity, the kind of replaying of classical ideas through a kind of a modern form. So in a sense, even in modernism, we find ourselves inhabiting fictions, even though it would claim not to, inhabiting images and ghosts, or even hangovers, that we do live within these constructed fictions. Humans here inside a human, but inside an idea, looking out at the world, occupying an image, inhabiting a symbol. So this might be the duckiest of ducks, if you were to think of it in Venturian or Scott Brownian terms. But it also stands for a condition, perhaps inescapable, of architecture. But maybe we're all trapped inside versions of the Statue of Liberty, constrained and constructed by the limits of a form and space that are around us, looking out onto the world from within those forms that may or may not declare themselves as symbolic, but always determine the possibilities of life that happens within them. Maybe we're also always inside a form of representation, always inside a fiction, always inside a model that is a proposition about how we might be able to live. Fictions that we can try to inhabit, that establish our characters, motivations, and roles. Maybe we're always inhabiting provisional version of the world. So this is where, you know, this is the sort of chink in the armor, that these are always models, and models are always provisional, and therefore they're things which can be undone, even if they masquerade as fate, as reality, as inescapable conditions of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sam, for this talk on fiction. Since you mentioned the structure of this space and the way it functions for this index, for this symposium here, actually the whole event will be live streamed at the courtyard of the ABK. It will be screened there. I don't know about the weather outside, but the idea was that you should feel free to take this short walk over there, get some refreshments and come back. This index kind of walk works as a promenade, both through theoretical frameworks and quite literally. So feel free to do that because the lunch break will not be too long, in fact. And yes, speaking of the heroic male, oh no, that's just, actually we are very happy that almost all participants made it to Stuttgart, but there are a few exceptions, and one reached us from New York City. It comes from Peter Eisenman, who probably doesn't need an introduction. He's the principal of Peter Eisenman Architects in New York City. He has developed a very unique body of work that always centers around ideas of modern architecture for almost 6 decades. and he sent us a video on the notion of form.
I want to thank the organizers of this symposium for inviting me, and I'm sorry I can't be with you in person in Stuttgart, but I'm very much interested in the topics and especially the notion of form, which I have transformed from that title to a two-word title, Alberti's Form. So with that, I'll begin. Before 1400, the architectural world was not dialectical. A rose window, as you see in Gothic Cathedral facade of Leon, was a rose window, not the sign of one. With Brunelleschi's introduction of perspective around 1415, architecture then became dialectical. Now building object and a seeing subject produce actual space and conceptual space. Now there was a need for both real things and signs of real things. Enter Alberti. His De Re Edificatoria of 1485, 13 years, published 13 years after his death, was like Vitruvius's 10 books, but a very different 10 books. Alberti was a scholar, Vitruvius an engineer. Before Brunelleschi, space was not a conceptual term. Alberti attempted to theorize space, following from Brunelleschi. Alberti's most important term in the 10 books was the Latin consinitas. It was a dialectical term, translated into English as harmony, not only between parts, but more importantly from part to whole. To this day, what we take away from Alberti's 10 books is the idea of a harmony of parts and a part-to-whole relationship. However, if we look at Alberti's built work, we see another Alberti, one who at every turn questioned the idea of spatial and temporal harmony. Beginning with Santa Maria Novella, 1456, in a unique facade design for the time, there was a giant order and S-shaped scrolls. There was a circular glass window and a pediment replacing the rose window, and the pediment was actually medieval, while the frieze was antique. The S-shaped scrolls was an attempt to relate a wide ground floor with a narrow upper floor. Thus, the facade was partly historical and functional, and partly a new invention, hardly a harmony. The second facade I want to look at of Alberti's is San Andrea of Mantua of 1472. He replaces the ocular facade window with a giant barrel vault arch. This is one of two overlays that make up the major facade. Alberti, who was replying to his client Ludovico Gonzaga, who wanted something new, produced a hybrid of a Roman triumphal arch and a Greek vernacular temple front. The fourth one that we should look at is San Sebastiano of 1460, also in Mantua. This presents a dialectic between column and wall. The crypt, which is entered at grade, is clearly overstructured with a field of columns, while the first floor, which contains the nave, is noticeable for the absence of columns. One clear space, unlike most other churches which have some intercolumniation. Even the Roman wall churches had evidence of columns. The fifth building of Alberti's that we should examine is the Palazzo Rucellai of 1456. It is also a play between column and wall. It presents two structural systems simultaneously, a trebiated column grid system and a wall-bearing system. It is the first example of a redundant system producing what we could call architectural signs. If the trebiated system is acting at 100%, What was the wall-bearing system doing? It was acting as a sign and vice versa. Hence the beginning of the idea of building systems and components as signs. Finally, it is the Tempio Malatestiana of 1450, which puts a lie to the Albertian mantra of apart to whole harmony. Here, in a shell of an earlier Gothic church of the late 12th century vintage, Alberti purposely uses the rebuilding of several Gothic nave columns to stand in clear opposition to the more classical wrapper, whose module created a purposeful challenge to the form of the Gothic columnar nave. The result is an incomplete whole made up of two discordant parts that reminds one of the Derridian idea of the supplement, which when added to an incomplete original fails to further complete. Here, the dialectical synthesis produces nothing but two incomplete fragments. One speculation that can be drawn from a study of Alberti's buildings, as opposed to his voluminous text, is that the harmony proposed by Consinitas leads us to an entirely other world where the supposedly ideality of the antique becomes a fiction unhelpful to today's unstable discipline. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. I don't know if he's watching in the live stream from New York City. Stephan Trüby and I will take turns hosting the panels, and I will hand back to Stephan.
Thank you very much, Leo Hermann. I would like to quote René Magritte for a second. This is not a conference. This is not a scientific conference. This is maybe a roller coaster, maybe a forest, maybe a promenade. We called it Symposium, which is an irony because symposium can be translated with the word Gastmahl, but we try to ignore the lunch break. We will have a lunch break, but which will be half an hour long after the next block. And I'm very happy to welcome our guests now, which are Michaela Melián, Bernhard Fuhrer, Dasha Coletskaya, Mahi Murad, and Ute Meyer. And I would like to come to our first term in this block, which is memory. And Michaela Melián will talk about memory. I would like to introduce Michaela Melián briefly. She's a professor of time-based media at the Hochschule für Bildende Künste, HFBK in Hamburg. She initially trained as a musician before studying fine arts in Munich and London. In her work, she develops multi-layered fields of memory and objects, photography, film, music, and text. In 2019, Michaela Melián was invited by the Staatsgalerie Stuttgart to participate in the group exhibition Waisenhof City and developed a site-specific work at Le Corbusier's and Pierre Jeannery's semi-detached buildings. Please welcome Michaela Melián. Yeah.
So hello, everybody. Thank you to Stephan and also Leo for inviting me and having me here. And I'm glad to speak to you now on this alphabet, in the alphabet about the M, the memory. And it's very funny because it's a triple M. I'm Michaela Melián and memory. So, yeah, let me start with this work I did, like Stephan mentioned already, in 2019 for the Staatsgalerie Stuttgart, and it was titled Girl Kultur. After that book I depict here, this is written in 1925 by Fritz Giese, a psychologist from Stuttgart University, and I took this title just also because in this book it really comes up what is in the term of memory, that you have on the one hand side you have an archive, but also like Tanya Mangino also mentioned that you have to memorize things and set it in a new context. And so this is about Stuttgart in the 20s, 100 years ago. And this guy, he's later joined also the nationalist party, NSDAP, but at that time he was very much interested in the modern female figure as an ornament, like also Krakauer wrote about it as a female in the Broadway movies in New York and Los Angeles, but also as the movement of the free body, like we had it in Monteverita and so on. And so in this context, girl culture or girl culture, everything come together, what I'm interested in that piece. So all started for my piece with that very famous photo, you all know it. And when I started my research, I was thinking, who is that woman on that photo? And I went to the Weissenhof Museum, and Anja Kremer, the director, she helped me with the research. She did an open call. And by then, it was clear that the woman depicted is called Elsbeth Büchle. She came from Stuttgart and was a free dancer at that time. She was trained by the Laban school, Rudolf Laban, who also was very important at the Monteverita movement. And she was had later on a dancing school in Stuttgart, and till her life end, she lived here. And in the 80s, when she died, she even did gymnastics with elderly people. So, looking for this photo, it's very interesting that when we see this photo today, it looks totally contemporary. The woman, the architecture, but not the car. And so, because many speakers spoke about cars in relation to architecture 100 years ago, so I think it's very interesting how technology ages. So let me see what is next. So that was a whole photo session by this photographer, and always this woman was depicted and in front with different cars. And sometimes you could see from the trees it was somehow winter. In this photo she has like a fur jacket on. So, and when I met then the mother of this dancer, she's nowadays, she lives in Munich, funny enough, in the Olympic Village, in a flat, and she's a retired pastorin, and she gave me this historic photo of the daughter dancing in Stuttgart, maybe in the Schlossgarten, I don't know where she did that. And so this was the beginning of my project. Then there was this other photo I liked very much, where her mother, Elsbeth Büchle, maybe we thought it's also in the Schloss Garden. She's dancing with this, like a little tambour figure with this tambourin. And I decided for that photo, I cleaned the background, there was some trees, and I used it for my work. And so let's go on. So for my work, I took the ground floor of the kitchen of the Corbusier and Jeanneret building, which is today the Weissenhof Museum. It's 9 square meters. And the whole idea was focusing on these rooms in these houses who only describe the room for one's own, for the woman, as the kitchen. So there's always a Herrenzimmer, like a master's room, and there's a room for the maiden, but there's not a room for one's own, not a room for the wife who's living in the house. So all the houses you have here, or either in Dessau or wherever, of this generation of male architecture, there is not a room for the woman. The woman is always like meant to be elegant or sportive and has maybe doing some gymnastics and maybe cooking, but that's it, what you can do. And so I layered several Grundrisse, what is this, plans of the kitchen, and I have written it precisely on my manuscript. I speak free now, it's easier to stay in time. And so I layered a lot of these drawings from architecture. Many of these plans of the kitchen, they have these directions which the woman should do. So you all know maybe the famous book of Dr. Erna Meyer. She wrote the book on the kitchen and how to make the work there modern. And so it's all about to get faster, to make it easier and more like an industry working place. And so I layered a lot of these drawings on each other, and at the end you had this like 3 by 3 meters drawing, and I had let woven a carpet out of that. And that carpet was in the middle of my installation, and it somehow works like a dance floor, and on the other hand, it also has the feeling like a little bit like a prison. So this the book of Dr. Erna Meyer. It's also from Stuttgart, so everything comes together 100 years ago in Stuttgart. And here you see some of these drawings, like from Frederick or Meyer. So this was my installation at the end. So the carpet was in the middle, and the photo of Elsbeth Büchle was projected on the wall via a slide projector, and the slide was kind of in a permanent movement, animated through a prism. And so you had the figure dancing around that carpet, around that kitchen, maybe as an expression dancer, but also like a little soldier. And I mentioned, I did forget to mention that at the same time, Elsbeth Büchle had kind of a collaboration in Stuttgart here in the middle of the 20s with an Austrian composer who worked as a professor at the Music Academy here. He was called Felix Pettirek. He was at the same time very traditional but eventual avant-garde musician, and they both were interested in pedagogic and movement and body and music, and so they worked together. And I found in the archive some pages which he wrote for piano in that context, and I replayed it. I think it takes now too much time to play it to you, what I did for it. But you have to see that this whole movement was embedded in music. And then there's another point I found on that photo, and so far I couldn't found anything that anyone further saw this. As you look closer, you can see that Elsbeth Büchle holds something in her left hand, and if you go closer, you can see it's a little doll in maybe 80 centimeters long, and it's kind of a Pierrot figure. And in all the photos she made, she was like depicted through Weissenhof. She has this little doll next to her face or the body or in the car. So it's kind of peculiar that you have this, at that time, very modern car, the elegant, sportive woman, and then this little doll. So it's a little bit Schlemmeresque, maybe, I don't know. So I took this doll as a person into my piece, and I made a drawing of Elsbeth Büchle with a doll, and that was a postcard depicted in the Weissenhof Museum in the kitchen, next with the doll redone in the original size, which I could find out from the photo. And so it was sitting here on that concrete, elegant kitchen and informing people about the exhibition in the Staatsgalerie. And in the Staatsgalerie, if you turn around, you could see the doll in life size. So I found out from the daughter that Elsbeth Büchle approximately had my size, so I made the doll out of canvas and velvet, black velvet. I have redone it, and in the stomach, I had a loudspeaker, and in that loudspeaker there was an audio track, and I made a recording of many quotes of all these architects, these 16 architects, when they were speaking about the role of the woman in the kitchen. So what it's meant that they should do and what they should do with the free time they have if they work in an industrial context. And that's always also take too much time to play it to you now. So a young female speaker did these recordings, and from time to time, out of the body of this doll, this voice came into the room as a ghostly voice, so to say. Yeah, and so I will end up with this photo. This was meant not so long ago. It's kind of a reenactment of this photo 100 years ago, and this is quite funny because I'm just thinking that this Kraftwagen, this quote you might know from 28, it was advertised, die neuzeitliche Wohnung braucht den modernen Kraftwagen. That was the headline for the advertisement, and so I could think that this kind of vehicle should look very old in very short time, maybe. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michaela Melián, for these insights and a kind of deep reading of this very famous photograph of the car in front of the Corbusier house. We will come to our next guest in our next term, which is modesty, and our next speaker is Bernhard Furrer. Bernhard Furrer is an expert of the International Council on Monuments and Sites, IGmA, on the evaluation and monitoring of World Heritage Sites. From 1980 to 2006, he was a preservationist for the city of Bern in Switzerland and was in charge of the 1983 listing of Bern's historic center as a World Historic Site. From 1997 to 2008, he was president of Switzerland's Federal Commission for Monument Preservation and a professor at the Academy in Mendrisio until 2000 for logistical reasons, but we pre-recorded his contribution and we will have a look at it now. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. By way of introduction, it should be noted that the shown time allotted to speak doesn't make it possible to make detailed analysis and statements on question of design, questions of what the modern movement can mean to us today, and how architecture could evolve in future. Only some few summary indications, some kind of food for thought, so to speak, can be given. Generally, after World War I, the conditions of living in European countries have been very bad. Overcrowded dwellings, apartments without sun or light, poor or lacking hygienic installations were reality for the great breadth of the population. These very bad housing conditions led to diseases and high mortality. It was one of the most important requests of the modern movement to better this housing situation, the housing situation of the broad population. The slogan was Licht, Luft und Sonne, light, air and sun. Our experience and knowledge about healthy living is part of the heritage of modernism. Modern architects in the 30s designed new types of settlements. These might have been single-family houses in the context of bigger developments as the Werkbundsiedlungen that were not only erected here in Stuttgart, but also in Vienna and further places. An innovative form was putting the houses together in rows, as in the Siedlung Törten in Dessau. And another new form were big ensembles of multi-story apartment houses as the Weiße Stadt in Berlin. For all these new forms of living, architects had to think out new plans for the apartments, comprising every single element. So, for instance, with the Frankfurter Küche, an entirely new form of this important working room in the apartment was developed. It is to point out that the main concern of the modern movement was developing economical, modest, and elementary houses and apartments for normal people. But of course, also houses for wealthy families, as the Villa Tugendhat in Brno, were designed. However, the primary intent was to create simple but decent dwellings. The clear orientation of the building intention in the interior led to an equal, clear external appearance. The skin of buildings always reflect the interior structure. Without any question, today we can learn much from these realizations, and we do well to preserve them with all their futures, as it is done here in Stuttgart. Modern reflecting about building preservation is based on the consideration that important historical buildings are to be maintained and cared of as testimonies of the time of their creation. Testimonies of the time of their creation. So it is evident that in a court of law, a witness is only trustworthy if he or her presents entirely the truth of past times. In that sense, a historical building has to be preserved unchanged in its original built substance and in its appearance. Only under this condition we can learn from it and can draw our own conclusions. After World War II, most countries in Europe had to adjust to a very modest way of life. Many houses were destroyed. Intact housing was scarce, and the population had to move closer together. However, with the 50s and the 60s, Europe lived an unbelievable upswing and gradually came to a great prosperity based not least on the exploitation of economic disparities. With the increasing income, economic welfare claims increased as well. Of course, architectural production followed willingly. Its quality, quite often, was very poor in terms of architectural design and actual construction method. Please note that the general development, the average architecture, is presented here. but that there are always been a number of remarkable buildings that have resisted to the tendency of poor building. However, the trend towards higher standards was evident. Just as there suddenly seemed to be a human right to have an own car, it became a matter of course that every child had his own room, that living spaces became larger and larger, and that a single bathroom in a flat was no longer enough. Indeed, the average living space per inhabitant rose sharply. In Germany, it was 14 square meters in 1950. Today, it is about 51 square meters. The average living space per person has increased by 5 square meters every 10 years. Of course, the architects gladly followed the trend. Naturally, they were happy to build the larger and more luxurious flats. But they also did not skimp on the use of ever more precious materials, and above all, on ever more extravagant design. That had previously been decent average architecture with a local context developed into a screaming self-expression. Today, demands of the users have reached a level that is not longer sustainable of cities with cars. The demand for good food at low prices has led to an avalanche of lorries covering the whole of Europe. Architects, and this term includes here all facets of planners, have not been able to give suitable answer to these developments. The most, of course not all of them, concentrated on the single building, their own creation. They forgot the necessity to insert new buildings into the given context, didn't respect and develop the open public and private spaces, didn't insist on the density of community-based living. Just look to our villages and towns. More and more, they have become a mostly addition of single buildings that lack cohesion. Most of the public spaces are lost to motor traffic. In suburban and countryside areas, the sprawl of land is enormous. All that leads to missing social linking. Overall, an increasing individualism, a self-centeredness, even an egoism has to be noticed in many areas. Apart from individual examples, analysis is devastating. We all know that with our today's style of living, the limited resources of our common earth are largely overused. We consume much more of them than nature is able to reproduce, respectively, to absorb. First and foremost, that concerns energy, but also materials of building, global warming, with its accompanying catastrophic weather events, is already underway with force. We absolutely must counteract, and at the same time we must also respond to the destructive design of our environment. First of all, we must move closer together. Every political and spatial program talks about densification. What is actually happening is a densification of buildings, but by no means a densification of occupancy. Who is not familiar with old houses that are replaced with larger buildings in which no more or even less people live? The instrument to incite people to consume less space is well known. The living space compensation. The living space compensation is based on the average living space of a person and, with a progressive scale, requires those who consume more to pay a not inconsiderable levy that benefits those who consume less. That is not a tax, but it is a balancing. A further step is to include grey energy in all considerations of demolition and new construction. As in many cases, demolition and reconstruction of a building is energetically worse than maintaining it. The main working field of architects will become dealing with the existing building stock, its modification, extension, and transformation. Wouldn't it be better if architects started dreaming about building less rather than about building more? And to focus on the built environment instead. That is what Freak Persin asks. However, respecting grey energy also means to build with different materials, with wood, for example, instead of concrete. It further means to reuse building elements and to make sure that the new elements will be reusable later on. The profession of architects must change towards reuse. Since many years, some of the best modern architects, as for example the French colleagues Lacaton and Vassal, work in that direction. Also, when planning new buildings, architects have to change attitude. The process starts with observing what exists, reminded Martin Steinmann. The pre-existence is multi-phased. It includes the built neighborhood with its constructive volumes and open spaces, but also the human relationship and traditions. Raphael Moneo explained that buildings never stand alone, but always form a family. Families of buildings, as well as families of women and men. The concept of high-quality Baukultur reminds that building is culture and creates space for culture. Somehow, it is the heritage of modernism. The concept could be helpful to achieve an environment of better livability. With its 8 criteria, it shows that it is essential to vigorously include aspects of saving the environment, to involve and include all parts of the population, to respect the genius loci of a place and the spatial coherence, of course, to respect functionality and economic efficiency, to create beautiful living environment and, in order to bring all these aspects together, to install a good governance. This also applies to IGmA 27, whose realizations all must blend into the existing surroundings with restraint and modesty. They must become part of a family in which no one transcends and takes himself more important than the other, but is aware of the importance of cohesion and fit one's own ambitions into the larger ensemble. So, let us be more modest without confusing modesty with weakness of the efforts for the best solution. All of us will have to learn to lower our demands, to reduce our standards. As citizens and consumers, we have to become more modest. As architects, we will have to change our attitude to become much more conscious for existing values, built and reusable substance, insertion of our work into a built environment, respecting open spaces. It will be an important part of the index of modern architecture. Let us go that way to more quality with more modesty. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Bernhard Fuhrer, for this contribution. I just wanted to add briefly that the winner of the first prize for the Weißenhof competition, Professor Eduard Schmutz, is amongst us. Great that you're here. And I would like to move on to our next speaker and our next term. The next term is neoliberalism, neoliberalization, and our next speaker is Dasha Coletskaya. She's born in Minsk, Belarus, and she's an architect and research associate at the Faculty of Architecture at RWTH Aachen. In 2021, she received the Ideal League Research Grant to conduct research with the Institute for the History and Theory of Architecture, GTA, at ETH Zurich. Her research focuses on questions of land, finance, real estate, architecture, and the production of housing in the context of global capitalism. In her doctoral dissertation, Dasha Coletskaya, she focuses on post-Soviet transition in the housing market in Minsk. Great that you're here, and I think we are all excited to learn more about your term. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephan, for the Thank you, Stephan, for the invitation and the introduction. It's great to be here. And for my presentation today, I was asked to talk about neoliberalism in 10 minutes. A daunting task indeed, especially since the majority of academic publications on the topic, including the recent 600-page Routledge Handbook on Neoliberalism, open with a somewhat cliché sentence that neoliberalism, and I quote, is a slippery concept meaning different things to different people. Therefore, I would like to limit my today's presentation to just 3 things. First, I will outline briefly the genealogy of neoliberalism as a concept and highlight the controversies surrounding it. Second, I will talk about the application of neoliberalism in architectural research. And finally, I will talk briefly how I apply this concept in my own research. The concept of neoliberalism is a perfect example of how an originally neutral academic concept captured public imagination and became the victim of its own success. Today, neoliberalism is being often criticized for being used to describe pejoratively anything that left academic, political, and activist circles don't like about contemporary economic systems, be it free markets, privatization, or rising inequality. At the same time, many critics of the concept also note that neoliberalism is not being used in contemporary economic debates. How come? Let me now trace briefly the history of the term. Until the 1970s, neoliberalism was used mostly as a neutral category to describe economic ideas from the 1930s and 60s, loosely associated with the German economic miracle, Mont Pelerin Society, work of Friedrich Hayek, and the Chicago School. By the early 80s, neoliberalism acquired its negative connotation and came to describe the wave of market deregulation, privatization, and welfare state withdrawal. Later, the concept expanded beyond the policy model and began to signify a broader political, ideological, cultural, and spatial phenomena. By the 1990s, neoliberalism had become viewed as an epochal phenomena, what Rajesh Venugopal called a dystopian zeitgeist. If before 1980s, neoliberalism was mainly a technical term used scarcely and only by economists, after 1980s, it became loaded with various, mostly negative meanings and used excessively in social sciences except economics, where it has largely disappeared. This disparity between economics and other social sciences and their attitude towards neoliberalism is indicative of a deep divide between these fields, with critics of neoliberalism being routinely accused of economic illiteracy. So, how could one define this slippery concept? In academic literature, one can identify 2 standard approaches to neoliberalism. As Simon Springer called them, neoliberalism as a noun and neoliberalism as a verb. The first approach discusses neoliberalism as an ideology or doctrine. This approach is mainly concerned with analysis of canonical texts by Friedrich Hayek and others and their interpretation. The second approach regards neoliberalism not as a condition, but as an embedded and variegated process, and names it, according to its dynamic nature, neoliberalization. This trend of research originated in the field of human geography and looks into so-called actually existing neoliberalisms, in plural, unique but united by the same logic at work. Bob Jessup defines neoliberalization as a distinctive economic, political, and social project that tends to judge all economic activities in terms of profitability and all social activities in terms of their contribution to differential capital accumulation. Many scholars have argued that the dynamic concept of neoliberalization is a more productive analytical tool than a static concept of neoliberalism. Now, let me turn to the concept of neoliberalism in architectural research. With an indicative far-afield delay, the concept of neoliberalism entered architectural debate rather late, about 5 years after the global financial crisis. You can see here on a slide some of the groundbreaking studies in the field. Among these publications, one can identify 4 distinct approaches to theorize the relationship between architecture and neoliberalism. First, the theoretical discussion that attempts to link architectural discourse with a neoliberal ideology. Second, the attempt to link aesthetic characteristic of architectural objects with a neoliberal ideology. These 2 approaches are in line with the neoliberalism as a noun strand of research. Third is the attempt to connect singular architectural projects with urban policies associated with neoliberalism. And the fourth approach is represented by studies that try to examine the role architecture plays in processes of neoliberal restructuring. Here, the role of architecture as profession comes into foreground. These last 2 approaches have a more dynamic nature and mostly belong to the neoliberalism as a verb strand of research. These 4 approaches vary in terms of objects of their studies: architectural texts, iconic buildings, everyday built environments, housing, and architecture as profession. In terms of geography, these studies are mainly concentrated in the first world, although this in no way reflects the geography of neoliberalization. The recent edited volume, Neoliberalism on the Ground, is a notable exception from this rule. Well, now I'd like to turn very briefly to my own research, which is mainly focused on neoliberalization or neoliberal shift in former socialist countries, with one of the main case studies being recent housing developments in Minsk, Belarus. Many scholars and journalists, especially from outside of Belarus, like to repeat the somewhat cliché opinion that Minsk has remained a museum of socialism where the populist government headed by Alexander Lukashenko refuses to back neoliberal reforms and protects the interest of the broader population against the speculative desires of the elites. However, this perception no longer holds when one considers the recent shift in housing policies in Minsk. I argue that the authoritarian government in contemporary Belarus has the capacity to implement neoliberal policies even more efficiently than democratic states. This efficiency is achieved through the total control over the legal system and the capacity to suppress any forms of popular resistance. On urban scale, this development can be best illustrated taking operations of Dana Holdings, a private real estate company owned by Serbian oligarch family Karic, as an example. Between 2009 and 2021, Dana Holdings was granted for free over 14 square kilometers of land in prime locations of Minsk. You can see these plots marked yellow here in a figure plan of Minsk on a slide. These developments are regulated by special presidential decrees, which rank second high after the constitution and Belarusian legal system, and have the power to overrule all other legislative documents, including zoning laws and building regulations. In case of developments by Dana Holdings, these decrees allow for highly speculative housing developments with rates of return on investment over 60%. In 2020, Dana Holdings accounted for the construction of 44.4% of residential space in Minsk. You can see some of the projects here on slides. In my research, I try to trace how speculative mechanisms defined in presidential decrees affect these projects on all scales, from urban layout to the layout of individual flats. But unfortunately, I don't have time to talk about this in detail. To conclude, as I showed in the beginning of my presentation, neoliberalism is indeed a slippery concept. Nevertheless, I argue that in its dynamic form, it is also an extremely powerful concept that allows to analyze seemingly unconnected developments in various parts of the world and to identify similar logic behind them. However, in order to be applied in such a manner, neoliberalism should be used as an analytical tool and not as a rhetorical device for moral condemnation. As Rajesh Venugopal argued, and I quote, there is something very inadequate about the way that mainstream economics is understood, theorized, critiqued, and represented outside that realm. Neoliberalism is not the entirety of the problem, but it remains emblematic of many liberties that are taken with this discipline. Acknowledging this inadequacy is not tantamount to a defense of economics and its many failings, or even to suggest that any critique of it requires one to be intellectually invested in the canon. It does, however, require a greater degree of immersion in the material to make this critique relevant. The task of understanding and explaining contemporary economic thought and its consequences is crucial and requires a far greater depth and sophistication of intellectual engagement with the subject matter at hand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dasha Coletskaya, for these insights. We're coming now to our next term. We are approaching the letter O, here, other modernisms. That's the term we will talk about. Mahi Murad will talk about it now. Mahi Murad is a Cairo-based architect, researcher, and designer. She teaches architecture design studios at several universities in Cairo. She received her master at the University of Stuttgart in 2014 and went on to found Studio 39 in Cairo, a multidisciplinary design and architecture research studio. Her research focuses on modern, urban, and architectural developments in Egypt, particularly those of the 19th and 20th century. Welcome, Mahi Murad.
Hello, thanks Stephan for the introduction and for the invitation. Today I'm glad to talk about modernism produced outside the European context. And I'd like to start by the notion of heritage in Egypt, which is, until very recent, was closely linked to the Pharaonic, Coptic, or Islamic heritage. And this was until the late 80s when a conservatory approach was broadly expressed toward the modern heritage. In Egypt's modern history, the great deal of emphasis is placed on the key political events when it comes to aesthetic production. When it comes to the aesthetic production, it's closely linked to three distinct political situations. The hybrid aesthetics produced during the British Mandate under the capitalistic production, and further the functionalist aesthetics produced under the socialist state, and the recent postmodernism produced under the liberal stage. Interestingly, the modern architecture in Egypt started at the early 20s during what's so-called the liberal age. This is a timeline depicting some important milestones along the neoliberal age. When it comes to the hybrid aesthetics, during the British Mandate, the architecture production was mostly produced by the private enterprises. The image here is representing the historic part of the modern Heliopolis neighborhood, founded in the year 1905 by the British engineer Baron Impan, who have assigned European architects to realize this modern neighborhood, which I personally was born and live in. It was also the master's thesis of me here in Stuttgart. During this period, the adaptation of the Arabescent style, and by Arabescence here, it's also another term for the neo-Moorish style. It was brought about by the Heliopolis Company through European architects, basically Belgian, French, and British, who introduced European design concept adapted in decorative vocabulary and architecture style that are inspired by the Islamic and Arabic culture and desired by the country's elite and also the foreigners who were residing in Cairo during this time. And here I'd like to quote a quote for the renowned architect Hassan Fathi, who have described Heliopolis that it was held up as an example of a happy marriage between the West and the East. And this was during a seminar called Debate on Modernity for the architecture Aga Khan during the 1984. And when it comes to the modernistic design in Egypt, there was a set of influences that have led to the appearing of modernist design. The first one is the architects, which was during the liberal age, the influence of a new wave of local architects started to appear. Most of these Egyptian educated architects came here to Europe for their diploma, their masters, or their PhDs, and particularly in Liverpool, Zurich, and Paris. When they have returned to Egypt, they have contributed to the modernization trends. Their impact also spanned to other neighboring Arab cities such as Abu Dhabi, Amman, Nablus, Damascus, Medina, and Mecca. Another milestone when it comes to the modernistic design is the founding of this well-known art and architecture magazine, founded in the year 1939 by the Egyptian architect Said Karim. These are the covers of a couple of a magazine, and to the right is the archive that is done thoroughly now by the Harvard University, and it's available online. And of course, it's very important for the research. Politically, the circumstances which have led to the late modernistic design is the socialist state, where the local architects were offered a considerable opportunity to realize their ideas through Egypt public housing program, and not only the private residences. As a result, the 50s and the 60s witnessed a proliferation of functional modernist design, where architecture design has possessed a clear international style, one that had prevailed in many parts of the world, especially in Europe during this time. And this era was also characterized by demographic growth, and so housing demand. So the architects who have returned from Europe has a chance to realize these. And now we move on to some examples. So these are two private villas, both founded at Heliopolis, the neighborhood that we just mentioned, and both are demolished now. They are realized by the Syrio-Lebanese architect Charles Ayrout, who was raised and educated in Cairo. They are both realized during the 30s. Another example for private enterprises also. And this is a villa of the renowned Egyptian singer Kulthum, if anyone have heard of her. Of course, it's now also demolished, unfortunately, and built instead a high-rise hotel. Another private residence, and this is for the Egyptian architect Said Karim. The one on the right is his own family villa, and to the left is another modernistic example residence in the modern neighborhood of Maadi. So when it comes to the public, the local architects were offered the opportunity to realize a more bigger public project. So this is the plan for realizing Nasr City neighborhood, which is next to Heliopolis. And this was during the 50s by the architect Said Karim, who was assigned this by the government. This is one of his modernistic building, again in Heliopolis. It's the building of the Socialist Party. Another public building, also by architect Said Karim. This one is outside Cairo in Mansoura. A third one also by the same architect. It's the building for the Akhbar al-Yom journal. This one is a part of the international market in Cairo and is produced by the architect Yahya Zeni. And this is the image of Nasr City layout and aerial view by the architect Said Karim, who was assigned this by the government. We have seen it in the previous slide with the model. So when it comes to the modern architecture outside Egypt, the Egyptian architects or the Egyptian educated architects has a great chance to realize modernist design outside Egypt in the other Arab neighborhoods. So for example, and also Africa, this is an example from the Niger Islamic University campus realized by architect Yahya Zeni, which I had a chance to be his student also in the University of Fine Arts in Cairo for my bachelor architecture before he passed away. And this was during the year 1977. And as mentioned before, this group of architects has a chance to realize architecture also in UAE, in Saudi Arabia, in Bahrain, Kuwait, and other Arab cities. Moving to the current moment in Cairo, mostly I found this image very expressive of the situation right now and the mass demolishing to these aesthetically modernistic architecture. And this photo is by the renowned researcher Mohammed Shahid, who is one of the very few researchers who are working and archiving the modern architecture in Cairo. Other than that, it's really not addressed very much in research. So this is also part of a research for another colleague and architect, Adham Salim, and who is collecting an imagery archive for the kind of architecture that is produced right now in the extensions of Cairo, unfortunately ignoring all the rules of not only of aesthetics and proportion, but also of materiality, of economic, and mostly of function again. So for me personally, the architects in Cairo urgently need to gain access and knowledge about the architecture of the past century to provide inspiration and points of departure and continuity to the future. And again, for me personally, the value of these modernistic designs which were displayed, I found no exact photo to express it, but for me the value goes beyond the aesthetics and the function to again, like the economy and most of the time environmental impact also, comparing to what's happening right now. And this is part of an ongoing research for me on this modern era, comparing upstairs the modernist design produced outside Europe and below what's happening in Europe. So in an attempt to find a link of what's happening at what time. And I'd like to leave you all at this very well-known slide and with the question whether modernism is imported or exported. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Murad, for these comments and for this contribution. I think especially the term indigenous modernity is highly interesting. I'm somehow sure we will come back to this term and also the question of import and export later during the day in the evening discussion. Let's move on and come to our final speaker this morning, sorry, which is Ute Meyer. She will talk about the term periphery. And Ute Meyer is an urbanist. She's a professor at Biberach University of Applied Sciences. She has led projects for municipalities, ministries, and international institutions, and holds master and executive degrees from Columbia University and the London School of Economics and Political Science. Ute Meyer has co-founded the studio Urbanes Land, Urban Land, which is both an academic institute and a non-profit organization. Please welcome Ute Meyer.
You can leave it at this. Okay. Yeah, welcome from my side. Thank you for holding out. It's 10 minutes only till lunch. Thank you, Stephan, for introducing me and having me. Last not least, periphery. We have never been pure. We have never been clean. This is a quote from Lithuanian artist Eglė Budvytytė, taken from her songs, from her film Songs from the Compost, Mutating Bodies, Imploding Stars, which can be seen in this year's Biennale in Venice. Like many projects there, like many other projects there, The film is interested in interaction and cooperation of composite organisms in hybridity and symbiosis across species, or say typologies, in collectivity and permeability between bodies and the environments they inhabit, in messy, fertile, and possibly endosymbiotic relationships. I'd like to set this as a tone to talk about something that modernists haven't been much interested in, but nevertheless, and that's the other expression, is a very strong heritage or leftover or surplus maybe of modernism, periphery. So I've brought 10 thoughts on these conditions or territories, or their potentials, loosely coupled with impressions from this year's Biennale. Perception. Periphery might be just as much a matter of direction and perception as of place. To peel out tasty slices, we have to resist the temptation of a center-based perspective, looking outwards from a sharply defined core into nondescript surroundings. Periphery can't be treated with conventional planning or design methods, nor can it be read, understood, challenged, critiqued, or loved with them. Let us look laterally to discover industrial and agrarian production hubs for logistics and data, green lungs, and a spatial reserve for sustaining developments in the energy and food sector. Peripheries are home to the 80% said to be living in cities by 2050. They host real life, and their own interest in the center is likely overvalued. Take Venice, for example. The Lido in Venice offers prospects of the Mediterranean horizon that put St. Marco at your back. Fringe. Peripheries are fringy. A fringe is not a clear-cut case of either or. It is not an edge abruptly finishing, nor a seam self-embracing the end of something. A fringe is fuzzy, scratchy, or tailed, and an orderly transition. Fringes are an exercise in surface enlargement. They offer a maximum of mutual exposure to both adjacent spheres, an in-betweenness charged with opportunities. So this takes us back to the 1990s. Post-structuralists then took a deep dive into the condition of the in-between. Architecture's avant-garde built their work on the term, inscribing uncertainty and oscillation in their projects, musing on the unstable character of space, blurred, interpretable, and vague. Backstage is the area that is usually not accessible to the audience, or in case of the city, the visitor. Peripheries provide the dressing rooms, the catering, the rehearsal rooms, the stage doors to the urban stage. They are servicing, functional, unpretentious. Of course, they also witness secret encounters, improvised sessions, intrigues and despair, stage fright and bliss. The space off the stage offers discreteness, bumped off authenticity, supply chains, and rare scents. It offers a retreat from public hustle and bustle and withdrawal from the spectators or global gaze. Eccentricity. Contemporary views on or works in metropolitan development areas often resist classifications like peripheral or sub-peri-urban. They question that centripetal forces would pull all the components of urban life towards the one main core. They especially disagree with the other side of the coin, an idea of boring outskirts, bare of any attraction and hardly worth a closer look. The big magnet idea still explains traditional dynamics of power and economy, but when it comes to functional and social diversity and or disparity, self-help, growth, transformation of infrastructures, or the real harsh land issues, it's the centers that today are off. Extramuros are the breeding grounds for necessities that would not yet find their way, not find space nor acceptance within the boundaries of the respectable city. Everyday peripheries are the physical equivalent of the everyday. No wonder Desserteau's practice of every life questions and subverts the hierarchical relationship between center and periphery. Everyday practices, he states, draw their emancipatory effectiveness from their ability to operate at the blind margins of institutions and their techniques of control. They are too small, too insignificant, too ordinary to register. Plus, unnoticedly, they make use of existing infrastructures for their own subversive aim. ABCdery, this is what we do today. In 2013, Marc Angelil and Michael Hirschbichler published the ABCdery on the periphery. They list agglo, nolly, brownfields, copy and paste, and then horizon, infrastructure, subtraction, or typology transfer, and stake out a space that counteracts the division of city and country, beautiful and ugly, urban and idyllic. In the introduction, Angelil refers to Gilles Deleuze and Roland Barthes, both of whom loved ABCderies, their combination of a functional structure and high degree of indeterminacy, their independency from any clear core, and their openness, of course, for leaps, multiple relationships, association, and productive interpretation. ABCderies as a nutcracker to catch on the agglomeration. Survival. Periphery needs to substantially contribute to sustainable development goals into practice. The question is no longer, how do we want to shape our world in the future and what should we therefore do? The question is, how do we deal with the irreversible changes that are coming? A wetter, warmer, stormier climate might provide us with banana instead of plane trees along the roads, black beans and lemons instead of lawns in the suburbs. What if the urban growth belt, pardon me, what if the urban growth belt, contempted for its land appetite, irrational mobility patterns and smugness, could be reread as a potent reserve space for resilient development and action? What if changing industrial and infrastructural landscapes could facilitate new business models, cross-sectoral land use, a layering of functions on the same plot, and circular processes? My favorite quote from Salman Rushdie. Question: what is the opposite of faith? Not disbelief. Too final, certain, closed, itself is a kind of belief. Doubt. Peri-capitalist, a wonderful term. Anthropologist Anna Löwenhaupt-Ting describes it as a certain economic activity that exists in the geographic or social periphery of the capitalist gaze, in constant transition between gift and commodity. She finds almost, but not yet quite, capitalist behavior in suburbs and metropolitan areas, edges where different models of negotiating values overlap. The more unstable formal systems become, the more these gray zones expand, always shifting, carrying potentials to reimagine the current system. And finally, last, outskirts. Outskirts. Who would question that in the history of apparel, costume, and fashion, the outermost layer has been crafted with greatest care, as the peripheral layer of clothes extends and substantially co-defines any body? So let's do that.
Thank you very much, u.v.a, for this very poetic contribution. We reached the letter P. We also reached the pause, which also starts with P. I suggest we replace food for thought with food and chats, which are available right across the street. Let's meet again at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much to everybody.
Yes, I am. Oh, great. Okay. Sure. Okay. Okay, great. Mhm. Yeah, and video. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, okay. I will be here. Ah, okay. But you think that it will be near 2.35 here, something like that? Okay, okay. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Okay. So see you. Mm-hmm. Yeah, bye.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back also to those who are watching us in the courtyard of ABK, those who are watching online, and everyone here at Brenzkirche. We would start with the fourth panel, with the afternoon of this index of modern architecture. And of course, the idea of this index is not to give a comprehensive or a complete account of modern architecture. Every speaker was free to choose a subject that they wanted to talk about, one notion. But there were some topics that we thought were important to be represented here, and we chose participants accordingly. And one of the topics that will also be a central part of the evening panel that we'll have at 7:30 is modern architecture and its entanglements with colonialism, with continuities of colonial structures. And we already heard Tanya Mangino talking about some aspects of this morning. And now we have Dasha Coletskaya from Cologne with us. She's going to talk about the racial. She's an architect, a cultural studies scholar, and she is interested in the relationship between architecture, space, and the racial, both as a researcher and a teacher. She was a visiting researcher at Columbia University and at the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture in New York City. And she received a PhD in cultural studies from the University of Dortmund. Please welcome Dasha Coletskaya on the racial.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Leo, for this kind. As an architect, I am trained to imagine a construction and its space, to design, to plan, and to realize it. However, throughout the years of becoming an architect, I had experiences and thoughts I could not catalog yet. I was aware that architecture was entangled in a fabric of complex cultural production beyond my educational scope. Only many years later, by then equipped with the academic toolbox of cultural studies, I was able to phrase my questions. I was interested in power in the architectural field. I was interested in the master narrative that I was taught. The narrative of modern architecture subsuming ideas of aesthetics, including the body of knowledge and beauty. While it is an integral part within the field of cultural studies, for me as an architect, it was quite a realization acknowledging that there are yet other fields beyond, or other aspects in human life beyond architecture based on the concept of construction. Thus, the motif of the ever-constructing human being illustrates the continuous human activity of constructing reality. The city, architecture, and the racial are realities that are based on the concept of construction. That is their common ground. And since all three are subject to continuous change, they're everything but static. We are taught that essentializing is a bad thing. But sometimes it can be a very helpful method if used responsibly and with the intention of clarifying matters. Gayatri Spivak calls that strategic essentialism. Chemists just call it litmus test. So let me walk you through my strategically essentializing lines of thoughts. Today, I would like to share 3 aphorisms with you. I'm going to begin with thoughts on architecture and the racial. Relating the key process of industrialization and manufacturing to the ideological construction of man, sociologist Denise Ferreira da Silva locates the trace of the racial as a man-made concept in modernity. For her, modernity begins with the power of reason, replacing the reliance on any royal or divine sovereignty by 2 fields, namely science and history. This shift to modernity facilitated racial determinism entering into the world. Phrasing human difference through the racial is a constitutive means to organize global spaces. It actually still pervades modern thought, creating knowledge and power. And because of that, modern representation cannot be discussed without analyzing the racial. For early traces of the racial, we have to go back 4 centuries in time. What matured into popular thinking among European philosophers in the age of the Enlightenment has transformed into a mindset to be found anywhere where Europeans left their marks. This mindset involved defining the European self as a new human against the non-European other. With the concept of the European heteronormative white male, its twin, the black other, was born. But only together, the concepts of both blackness and whiteness constitute the racial. An architectural project begins as thought. Entering into a world of existing discourses, an architectural idea undergoes different phases of formation. When it materializes, it enters into a dialogue with existing architectural contexts. As a project, it is a projection of our ideas into the future. As a construction, this built idea will enable corporeal experiences in built space. Besides its obvious architectural function, the corporeal encounter with, let's say, a bridge, as an example of architecture, includes hitting its pier or falling off its railing. The planning and construction of the bridge thus involves chances of destruction or taking risks. The very same can be said about the racial. Comparable to an architectural project emerging into the material world, the concept of the racial is constructed, and it has concrete corporeal effects on human bodies too. Similar in effect, the racial sets the boundaries of mobility, in this case, social mobility. The racial can either enable or prohibit access to social spaces, such as class, history, or geographical space. The encounters with architectural as well as racially determined spaces can be both equally constructive, but also destructive. Here comes my second aphorism. It's about the master narrative, the racial between silencing, forgetting, construction, erasure, and resistance. When it comes to the telling of stories about the people involved in the creation of society, there are different ways of creating racialized master narratives. These narratives serve the purpose of nation building, making history, or building architecture and its history and its style. Manipulating perception and the cognitive capacity of imagining, knowledge systems like architecture, literature, and history have the power to create these master narratives by constructing or erasing black presence. However, resistance against this kind of erasure is possible. In my research, I looked into how the racial is used to control spaces of knowledge. I discussed texts by Toni Morrison, historians and art historians, and multi-talented founding father of the United States, Thomas Jefferson. And I found out that the first strategic step in controlling space of knowledge is identifying and racializing those elements that appear important in telling the story. In a second step, using the concept of the racial is a helpful device of creating a new master narrative with the power of influencing our repository of imagination. And I'd like to give you an example. The construction of Monticello. Darren Walker, the director of the Ford Foundation, talked about Monticello on the occasion of Juneteenth, not even 2 weeks ago. He called it, and I quote, the most American of places, because it represents both a monument to the noblest ideals and the very blood-stained earth where Jefferson enslaved some 400 human beings in direct contradiction to those ideals, a paradox defined by a perverse dissonance. Mabel Wilson wrote about Monticello in her co-edited publication, Race and Modern Architecture from 2020, and she draws a relationship between race, reason, and architecture. I discussed Monticello in my soon-to-be published book in the context of master narratives, and 20 years ago, Craig Barton was one of the first to draw attention to the synchrony of discrepancies within the construction of Monticello. Over the past years, Monticello has become a symbol of US American paradoxical duality in architectural discourse. Located in Charlottesville, Virginia, it was the primary plantation of Thomas Jefferson, the third president of the United States. The working of the plantation was based on slavery. What we see here on this image is just too beautiful to be questioned. Nothing should disturb this picturesque image of a prospering venture, right? And this is where the toolbox from cultural study becomes really helpful to think critically by looking beyond this master narrative. How do we talk about this image? Is the problem what we don't see, what's not shown in this image? The double standard in its layout, for example, of basically two entangled floor plans allowing the enslaved to carry out the domestic work and circulate within the building invisible to its white inhabitants, or the cabins for the enslaved who ran the plantation on the far side underneath the balconies. Cabins that were, again, invisible for those standing on this beautiful porch we see right here, underneath the portico, looking down the spacious garden. Or is the problem with this image of Monticello rather, and here I am quoting literary scholar Anne Lin Cheng, sometimes it is not a question of what the visible hides, but how it is that we have failed to see certain things on the surface, such as style reference to, let's say, Palladio. Here comes my third aphorism on the racial modernity and modernism. This construction of space, Monticello, this construction of its master narrative works through creating social and spatial hierarchies by differentiating between visibility and invisibility based on predefined human difference, in this case, the active denial of the presence of the black body. You might ask yourselves, what do I have to do with this? Or, this is not my history. I live today and not in the past, or even, what about this is modern? Well, here is a piece of money, a cultural artifact, a Jefferson nickel. And on that Jefferson nickel, there is his construction. So being here right now at Kochenhof number 7, we could also ask ourselves, what don't we have to do with this? That piece of money, it represents the beginnings of capitalist dynamics through the Atlantic slave trade. African bodies rendered invisible on that coin. What to think about this in terms of, let's say, issues like silencing, forgetting, erasure, construction, and resistance, but also in the sense of globalization and capitalism. A piece of money is something you hold in your hands on a daily basis. Money makes our world go round with a difference, the racial. It is a constitutive means organizing space and knowledge production. The power of reason marks the initial moment of modern times. And because of that, architecture as modern representation cannot be discussed without analyzing the racial. Acknowledging that modern architectural thought is based on the racial would mean consequently adapting the curriculum and teach and discuss both racialized histories and the emergence from a racial nationalist logic. And I will end with a question and an answer. Why do architects need to discuss the racial? Because it is a versatile phenomenon, always connected to space. On the one hand, architecture is part of our social formations. On the other hand, architecture itself can represent or be an instrument of racialization. Thus, the simplest and at the same time the most complex response to why architects should discuss the racial is because it unfolds in three-dimensional space. Thank you.
Thank you, Hnilica, for these reflections on the racial and the injustices that are sometimes just hidden in plain sight, as you said. Hnilica will join Stephan Trüby on the evening panel at 7:30 at the State Academy later on this day. Next, I would like to introduce Xavier de Jarcy from Paris. He's a journalist working for Télérama magazine, and he has done some research on the position of Le Corbusier within and towards the fascist regime in France, which caused quite a debate in France. I don't think that much of his writing is available in German and not in English so far. So we are very excited to have him here and to speak on the notion of responsibility.
Thank you. I didn't bring any visual presentation, but I think it's not necessary, since it's a matter of words. I am very touched that you have invited me to talk about responsibility. Of course, I will say a few words about Le Corbusier and his responsibility in the biological vision of the modern city. Now, let's back to almost 100 years ago, when Le Corbusier reveals his plan voisin for Paris. This megalomaniac project destroys a large part of the historical center of the French capital to build instead the command center of the nation, which is made of huge identical skyscrapers. One of the first politicians to take an interest in that plan voisin is Georges Valois. Georges Valois is the founder of the first French fascist party, the Faisceau. Valois quickly sees in this huge system of tower blocks and motorways the ideal model of the fascist city. He says, "We are builders, the builders of new towns." And he also says, Le Corbusier is simply a man of genius who conceived, as no one has done before, the modern city. It is a city that is large, beautiful, rational, and full of faith. According to Valois, the plan voisin expresses the profound thought of the fascist revolution, because fascism is a rational organization of the whole of national life in such a way that individual initiative is multiplied by 10, says Valois. As Richard Sennett recently wrote in his book Building and Dwelling, the plan voisin was widely imitated for the conception of many modern cities, from some New York districts to Shanghai in China. The big modern cities look more and more the same, and I think that the ideas of Le Corbusier, applied in a systematic way, are partly responsible for this situation. It is around 1927 that Le Corbusier begins to meet fascists. His personal doctor, Pierre Winter, establishes the contacts. Dr. Winter is a very active fascist and a supporter of violence. In 1928, he participates in the founding of a new movement, the Revolutionary Fascist Party, and becomes his leader. We don't even have a photograph of him, so I can't show you his face. But we find the same man at the International Congresses of Modern Architecture in Athens in 1933 and in Paris 4 years later. It is incredible to note that a small neighborhood doctor and fascist activist was the medical expert of these congresses that founded modern architecture. It is Dr. Winter who introduces Le Corbusier to biology. It is partly under his influence that Le Corbusier professes a medical and biologizing vision of the city, conceived as a living organism, a living machine. In fact, Le Corbusier's designs are guided by evolutionism and social Darwinism. It is for this reason, I believe, that he is largely responsible for the disappearance of ornament in architecture. Like Adolf Loos, he thinks that decoration is good for primitive people and not for an evolved civilization. Le Corbusier claims that as all human beings have the same body, they all have the same needs. They can therefore live in mass-produced buildings and even in an entire city made by the industry. From the 1930s, he also begins to say that the city planning should play the role of a dictator. According to him, it is the laws of nature that guide the plans. But what does it mean? One might first think that it's a very nice program, a kind of green architecture before its time. And it's a little bit true, since Le Corbusier and his doctor want to bring sunshine, space, and trees into the city. Sunshine, air, trees. Who could disagree with that? These are the principles adopted at the Congress of Athens and which will be known 10 years later as the Charter of Athens. These texts became the Bible of the modern urban planners. But when we look a little closer, we realize that Le Corbusier's good principles also correspond to a eugenicist project. He uses the word eugenics several times in his books. He also uses breeding, selection, the terms we use to talk about domestic animals. In reality, Le Corbusier attributes to his architecture an almost magical power, that of shaping a new race. And the problem is that it claims to be based on science. Le Corbusier even says that his urban planning projects are scientific demonstrations of modern urban biology, which is just a big lie. All these ideas lead to a uniform conception of the city, ignoring democracy, ignoring the sensitivity of the various architects, and the habits and wishes of the citizens who are never consulted. Le Corbusier crushes all this diversity. Why consult the people since it is just a question of breeding? That explains why in 1941 Le Corbusier goes to Vichy, where he tries to get himself appointed more or less Minister of Town Planning under Marshal Pétain's fascist regime. But it doesn't work. If he fails, it is not because he's too modern for the time, but because he's too ambitious. At the same time, during the war, Le Corbusier draws up his housing unit project, a huge concrete box with several hundred dwellings inside. It will finally be built in Marseille after the war, and it will be called the Cité Radieuse, the Radiant City. Here again, Le Corbusier says that it's a question of breeding of the species, or species if you are American. Species or species. He repeats these words even after 1945, and he asks for selecting the inhabitants capable of living in the Cité Radieuse. This building is designed so that the women stay at home and have beautiful children who will go to school on the rooftop and will not mix with the other children in the neighborhood. I think it is important to remember this every time we visit the Cité Radieuse in Marseille. We should also remember that Le Corbusier wanted to build about 20 of them in Marseille and cover France with hundreds of identical housing units. Most people don't know all this because historians of architecture, who are often architects themselves, have generally presented Le Corbusier as a kind of hero and have told the history of modern architecture as a fairy tale. I think today they have, and we have, the responsibility of telling the truth, even if it is difficult to accept. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Xavier. Thank you for being here and presenting this insight into some quite abysmal parts of the thinking of Le Corbusier in this case. The next speaker I would like to introduce is Stephan Petermann. He's the editor-in-chief of Volume magazine in Amsterdam. It's a magazine on architecture and design, and he's been a long-term collaborator of Rem Koolhaas in Rotterdam. He's worked with him since 2006, and he was an associate of OMA's think tank AMO from 2010 until 2019, and he will speak on the notion of roof. Thank you, Peter. Stephan, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation, Stephan. Thank you for the organizing the great event. I have the roof, the honor of the roof. Stephan Trüby and the roof go back. But I was considering changing since the presence of God is with us, and I am one of the few academics who actually has, or not really an academic, I actually have the honor to sell you some things today. So I'd rather already apologize to God now, rather than later, and discuss some sacrilegious events. Because Stephan Trüby and I produced a book, together also with James Westcott and Rem Koolhaas and many, many others. And for those of you who didn't see it, a very quick recap. It's trying to discuss the history and the future of a number of basic elements of architecture, and does that in a way of 2,554 pages. And still, every time I find new itchings of adding new elements to it. So this is the first thing that I ask you to buy. It's still available at taschen.com, taschen.de, amazon.de, and many other places. Going to the roof, I think what was an extremely important point of this project is that we had the incredible and also outrageous ambition to try to cover all of architecture in the entire world. So also when at all times. So that was the most outrageous attempt, I think, for a long time. And for roofs, we also implore that in different ways. But firstly, we are here obviously at a very critical point in the history of the roof. Actually, in this building is an epicenter of a huge struggle that dominated modern architectural history within this church. It is a discussion that obviously went between the flat roof and the inclined roof, which we also discussed in the book, in terms of also really architects trying to explain in detail why one would be preferred over the other. And it was an extremely polarized moment, and a polarization with modernity and not modernity. Something that I felt and feel very uncomfortable with, specifically in a culture that we have at the moment of intensified polarization in the world, and something that also back then I wanted to escape. And luckily there was the city of Jena, because the city of Jena had at the same time that this sort of very fierce political battle between the avant-garde and the traditional architects, where they were doing other stuff. They were building concrete domes on top of Carl Zeid's factory buildings. So they were completely reinventing the roof. and really trying to figure out what this new material of concrete could actually mean for the roof. And doing that without, this is later, but doing that basically ignoring the oppositions that led to this, also this place being so weird to visit and to consider. So an important element was to also really expand outside of the Western notions of architecture, also history. And I'm trained as an architecture historian. I was trained in Utrecht in early medieval architecture and early late medieval architecture. And to my great embarrassment, I didn't know any of the non-Western treatises. So this was the first exploration we did with students of Harvard to explore what are ancient texts saying about roofs. And let's say every other book in the world was forgotten, and you only would have this book. Could you build a roof with it? And actually the only book that really met that criterion was a Chinese book. And that is also my sacrilegious little moment, in the sense that I have to admit that I think modernity was already invented in China a few hundred years earlier. Maybe this is uncomfortable. It was, in first place, it was difficult to get this book. There was no copy of the oldest Chinese book on architecture in Europe. So finally we managed, with some context, to get a copy of this book. It was published in the 12th century, in 1103 AD. And it was called Yingshao Fashi, which is basically a state building guide. It has an incredible history, which in 10 minutes I cannot explain. But together with Chinese scientists and also students, we translated the sections that were about the roof, which were incredibly meticulous and incredibly detailed, but at the same time very poetic. Here we tried to also keep to the Chinese way of writing and trying to translate it, but you would immediately see that it's written in a language not for theorists, but for practitioners. And that basically it was almost incomprehensible. We found out basically we selected from a Chinese roof these two elements and tried to then construct them together with the students, and that, because it was the only way to really understand what this book was telling us. And here you see basically the production of a few weeks, which is this part in total. So all of these components together become one bracket set. Why is it modern? It's modern because it's it gives a very clear instruction of how to make things. It's almost like an IKEA guide in a way when you can read it. So this is all the steps you have to follow as a carpenter to get to one of these brackets. It is tied into societal codes. As I said, it was a state building code, so basically all public architecture in China was defined by this building system. This is why we know of no architects from China, because there was no need for them. And basically everybody in society had its own class and even went down to the element size. So if you would be an emperor, you would have a bracket set that had this scale, and if you were a lower servant, you had this scale. So it's really critically just defined a society in a very strong way. 70% of the book was about accountancy, which we try to sort of summarize in a sort of a Western numerical tradition. But basically, it was also a guide that helped curb corruption, because everything was defined, there was very little space for corruption to occur in this whole system. And it was a very objective way of speaking. It was standardized, but it also left some space for changes. Like this is, for example, a luxurious form of a bracket, and this is a more economic way of building. And together with many other aspects, I think it really formed the core. There are so many ingredients of modern architecture inhibited in this system and the way we build. You think about our building economy in terms of sustainability, in terms of being able to replace things, that I really was impressed with it. So also thanks to Stephan for being on that journey. Now I am indeed editor-in-chief of a magazine volume. This is the second advertising area that I will announce. What did I take from this history with the Chinese? One that there are a lot of forgotten histories, forgotten stories. I wouldn't call everything marginalized, but at least under considered, that are also super interesting and extremely funny. Can be at the same time. This is why half of our magazine is devoted to being a review, not just of the Western Hemisphere, but of basically trying to connect with as many different countries in the world at a moment when sort of that is increasingly difficult. This is a collaboration with Nairobi, University of Nairobi, the Central Academy of Fine Arts in Beijing, the Berlage in Delft, and I would very much like to collaborate with even more schools on this, and to get this really to be every year an issue that represents the most different corners in the world, what they are thinking, what they are dreaming, what they are criticizing, what they are praising. The second thing is that we are working on a number of guides. And trying to see if we could develop new forms of guides, new forms of ideas of meeting the different challenges that we face. Lastly, I would ask you to, so the number 60, you can buy it here. You can buy it online. 61, almost finished, almost going to print, also available. This is another thing I'd like to have your attention for, pumpupthevolume.eu. It's a free bi-weekly newsletter where we try to connect different architectural platforms and get the best articles you need to read, the best books, the best lectures, everything you missed into one interesting and exciting newsletter. And finally, my own next book, which is about office buildings, and I think also in terms of architecture history, modern architecture history, an interesting case study, where we try to go back to a number of revolutionary office buildings and just critically assess what is left and what changed over time, rather than trying to reinvent the future of all day. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephan. That's okay, I'll leave it, sorry.
10 seconds, I think probably. It's a good book. Now only 50 euros. Can you imagine? 520 pages. Okay, it's less than 2,500, but still. Okay, now it's really done. Thank you.
No, I didn't want to cut you off. I just thought this was the last slide in the video. Thank you for these insights, despite their sacrilegious elements. We have one more speaker joining us remotely, live in this case. It will be Evgenia Gubkina. She's an architect and an architectural historian from Kharkiv, Ukraine. She's actually joining us from Paris now for reasons that we all know about. She will talk about socialism. Her work specializes in architecture and urban planning of the 20th century in Ukraine. She takes a multidisciplinary approach to heritage studies. And in 2020-21, she curated the Encyclopedia of Ukrainian Architecture, a multimedia online project that worked with architecture, history, criticism, cinema, and visual arts. And she's here, and I hope we can hear her. Evgenia?
Yes, I'm here. Do you hear me?
Okay, thank you. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much for having me and giving me a voice. So my letter will be S, socialism. A dream of a just society for sure is the most beautiful and the most rational and maybe the most difficult to achieve. But its complexity doesn't negate the need to achieve it, which the world society stubbornly demonstrates from epoch to epoch, from century to century. Architecture, as perhaps the most social type of activity, reflects the development of understanding and models of justice, expressed in shapes, volumes, and space, where a human being is a center and society is a customer. Behind architecture, there are just social functions of buildings and spaces, as well as socially oriented ideas of a fair, equal, inclusive society. Sometimes there are some socialist states who stand behind such ideas, but always society itself stands behind architecture, as the built environment often becomes a form of public relations. Being a native of the former Soviet Union, for many years I have promoted the idea of separation between socialism and what only pretends to be socialism. Not actually everything that was called socialism in the Soviet Union was socialism in fact. And many great ideas were very different from their implementation, sometimes up to the opposite. Soviet architecture operates with leftist theories, going through a number of stages in formulating the concept of socialist architecture. The main goal, which was not always so directly called, was achieving equality and justice. This was based on collective ownership of all means of production, resources, land, building, and enterprises, as well as an absence of private property, which implied equal distribution of benefits, equal access to resources, and creation of equal living and working conditions. Various norms and standards, as well as decision-making procedures, became regulators that provided. A quite logically sorted out idea acquired a number of features in the reality of the Soviet context. These features led to the fact that often a good and human idea was shaped in inhuman way and worked not in public interest, but sometimes even against them. Vagueness of Marx's ways of coming to socialism made it possible for totalitarian regimes to interpret them as they like. Thus, what should have been achieved by democratic procedures was achieved by suppressive and violent ones. And society had no access to decision-making process. It ultimately distorted the destination point where this path should lead to. That is why Soviet socialism sometimes was not quite socialism. The appropriation by the Soviet Union of interpretation of the term socialism led to the misunderstanding or lost in translation that still exists today about what socialist architecture is. Not all Soviet architecture was modernist, and not all architecture resembling modernism in form can be socialist modernism, because the main dividing line between leftist architecture and that which opposes it was the question, ethics or aesthetics. Leftist modernism choose ethics. So how is it going with ethics today? And I would share screen. You can see one of the most biggest residential areas in Soviet Union. That is the dwelling district that's called Saltovka in Kharkiv. 500,000 people lived in Saltovka. Anyway, socialist architecture, first of all, deals with housing, and it is mass housing. Micro districts of mass housing in Ukraine are inhabited today by hundreds of thousands of people. No matter how largely aesthetics characteristics of panel prefabricated architecture were criticized, it has accommodated the lives of so many people and serves their interest. With the beginning of the full-scale war in Ukraine, in February 2022, exactly social infrastructure objects were under attack by the Russian army, not military infrastructure. Hospitals, kindergartens, schools, shopping malls and markets, transport infrastructure, parks, and first of all, residential areas became target for Russian missiles, bombs, and shelling. Hundreds of people have died right in their apartments, in panel prefabricated residential buildings. That what Russia has done in Ukraine is act of terrorism. It is a behavior of a terrorist state, because the main target for Russia is the people of Ukraine. And as a true terrorist, Russia is aimed at killing as many civilians as possible. Architecture is not just walls. Architecture is people. Another term that begins with the letter S and has always been associated with socialism is solidarity. We Ukrainians, Ukrainian architects, historians, urban planners, the community of researchers of the architecture of the 20th century, and modernism lovers, promoters, and defenders are asking of international colleagues for solidarity. If you share the ethical values of modernism, you cannot support the neo-imperialist state of Russia. Be ethical, not aesthetical. You cannot support terrorism being a Democrat. You cannot support imperialism being leftist. You cannot support destruction of heritage being modernist enthusiastic. You cannot support people's death being human. Solidarity to Ukraine and no solidarity with Russia. Support Ukraine. Stop supporting Russia. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Evgenia. Thank you for taking the time. I cannot add to that so swiftly, but I will, well, thanks, and we'll close your screen, if this works. Maybe we have to shut down the program, huh? Okay. So for the last talk of this fourth panel of the day, this afternoon, Stephan Trüby is going to speak on Stuttgart, on the city that he lives and teaches in. You've met him before. He's the professor and the head of our Institute for Principles of Modern Architecture, Design and Theory, the IGmA at University of Stuttgart. And before that, he's taught at many other universities, such as HFG Karlsruhe, University of Zurich, Harvard University. We saw his work with Stefan Petermann, and TU Munich.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yes. We've heard a lot about different cities already. Athens, Paris, Tel Aviv, London a little bit, Kiev now. I would like to add to the series of cities another city, a city in which I was born, a city which I hated for probably 30 years of my life. And now I'm 52, find so interesting, increasingly, that we even managed to produce an Abschluss about it. Yeah, that's a postcard. I think the Tagblattturm by Oswald is already standing, so probably end of the 1920s, kind of the city we are talking obviously here, if we believe the slogan, about a city which has one of the most beautiful settings in Germany. Kind of an idea of a kind of metropolis was part of this cityscape very soon. Then after the Second World War, squares like this got constructed. This square is still called Austrian Square, Österreichischer Platz. It looks like that here, and still we have kind of a whole sequence of really fascinating buildings like Asenwald, etc. This building is not, we have many foreign guests, so maybe not everybody will know this construction, which is the Kleiner Schlossplatz by Kammerer and Becher, which got completed in 1968, and one of my favorite images of this building, I think it's so much better than what is there now. It's a, I mean, I have vague memories from my childhood with this strange combination of this tram, the Mövenpick umbrellas, and then a little relic of a window of the building that was standing right before, which was something like an extension of the Staatsgalerie. Part of this cityscape that is not existing anymore was a kind of public artwork by Hayek, a Stuttgart-based architect. So this is my little introduction to my quick guide to Stuttgart. Then, in the early 1970s, so right after this building got completed, two Luxembourgian brothers came to Stuttgart. I'm talking about Rob Krier and Leon Krier. Leon Krier started studying architecture at my university downtown, and Rob Krier worked for Frei Otto. He even built his house, and they increasingly, or from the beginning, they really hated Stuttgart, like I hated Stuttgart in my 1920s and 30s. And the first even allergical reaction to Stuttgart by these two Luxembourgian brothers, Rob Krier was an associate with a former kind of, not colleague, Wolfgang Knoll, a professor at Stuttgart University. At this institute, he produced that book on the left-hand side called Stadtraum in Theorie und Praxis, published in 1975. So I'm talking here about probably the first postmodern manifesto about a city, published 3 years before Collage City, the cover that we've seen already. There's even a Spanish translation of this book available. It's completely forgotten. And it basically the idea of this book is to erase Stuttgart, except the buildings that got constructed before 1933, I would say, or 1935. So we see here the new castle, the new city castle, the Schlossblatt, the Altes Schloss, etc., the Königstraße, and we see here that the whole idea of this was to transform the city of Stuttgart into a sequence of closed and not so closed spaces. It's a fascinating document of its time. Leon Krier, as I mentioned already, really hated it here, and moved to London to work with James Stirling from 1971, I think, onwards. He worked there, I think, for 2, 3, 4 years, I can't remember, but in 1977, the James Stirling story comes back to Stuttgart, without Leon Krier, I have to admit, but still the Staatsgalerie competition was announced, and the winner was Stirling, Wilford and Partners. The moment when this competition was announced, a big debate, especially in Stuttgart, but throughout the whole of Germany, started about the role of fascism in architecture. There were articles at the Stuttgarter Zeitung by Frei Otto and Bertolt Burkhardt arguing that this kind of monumental architecture is a very bad idea, that we need to stick to the idea of modernity. And basically what I'm, also the founding director of my institute, Jürgen Jödecke, his name was mentioned already, was part of this debate. In our archive at my institute, we have a big box with letters, a letter exchange between Frei Otto and Jürgen Jödecke about this question of the Staatsgalerie. Basically, the front lines were that James Stirling, a D-Day member, a D-Day soldier, was attacked by two Stuttgart-based architects and engineers. They are great, both, of course, Frei Otto and Günter Behnisch, but they were soldiers, Wehrmacht soldiers. So these two former Wehrmacht soldiers attacked the D-Day soldier for bringing basically fascism to Stuttgart in the shape of a Staatsgalerie. Anyway. So, and I'm talking about the years around 9 when the first Venice Architecture Biennale happened, and then 1 year later, Jürgen Jödecke organized a big conference at our university, Architecture of the Future, Future of the Architecture, where he invited Alfred Roth, the former collaborator of Le Corbusier, to think about the future of the Weissenhof. His idea was to come up with some kind of neo-modernist proposals. We see here some extensions for the Waisenhof. Also, Max Bill produced a variation of the HFG Ulm, basically for the Waisenhof. So this was one group of this conference. The other group was the young American postmodernists like Charles Moore. He produced this proposal for the Waisenhof, and he wanted to replace the 5 points of architecture with his 5 points of architecture: pitched roof, no long kind of landscape windows, but standing windows, etc. There was also a Polish architect who thought this would be a good extension for the Waisenhof. I would like to, I could also say something about Gustav Peichel, the Austrian architect, who said, I'm really missing arches here. So, and he produced arches-like buildings, and he even proposed to build some kind of postmodern garbage or wasteland in front of the Mies. And I would like to conclude with maybe the strongest artistic contributions to this informal competition for the future of the Waisenhof. And I would like to present Hans Hollein drawings that we found at my institute. We didn't know that they are still existing. Now they are framed, at least. Basically, Hans Hollein produced this series of drawings. Michaela Melián, who spoke before, integrated one of those drawings even in an art piece, work of art of hers at the Staatsgalerie. And I would like to conclude here with 3 drawings. The upper drawing is a drawing by Hans Hollein where he proposed to build some kind of strada novissima, the idea that was realized as part of the Venice Architecture Biennial, and he proposed some kind of clash between the horse rider and the cowboy, with a grand piano playing there. And the strada novissima was consisting of Hans Hollein's famous fashion stores, mainly in Vienna. And the lower drawing here is the result of Hans Hollein's question: what would the Waisenhof look like if the 2 most famous Stuttgart-based architects at that time, around 1980, would extend the Waisenhof? And Frei Otto would build, and Bodo Rasch would build. Bodo Rasch, who builds a lot in Mecca and Medina. So we would finally have the infamous Arab village realized by Stuttgart-based architects. And his comment about this fascism debate culminated in the lower drawing here, where it's really a shocking document, I would say, where he even proposed to integrate a kind of concentration camp as an extension for the Waisenhof. He said that this is modern architecture. These drawings were exhibited at our university, and James Darling always remained silent about this fascism debate. But when the Staatsgalerie was completed in 1984, he produced this book, and he integrated one very mysterious photograph, which is this here, and his only image caption was "A visitor to the Staatsgalerie." Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephan.
The long story is in that magazine. Sorry for the sacrilegious moment here.
Yes, actually, that's what I wanted to say. I guess all of you know, we will be presenting this later this afternoon. That's one of the reasons why we have to stick to the schedule. And that means, for me, handing back to Stephan for hosting. No time to breathe. For hosting the 5th panel.
Wonderful. We are almost in time, and I still don't see any exhaustion, which is really great. We are coming to the block 5. We will learn more about 5 more terms: system, topography, transcription, tuberculosis, and efficiency. And we would like to start with the term system, and our next speaker Sonja Hnilica. Sonja Hnilica is a professor for architectural history and urban building culture at the TH Lübeck and the Lübeck University. She previously taught at the TU Vienna, TU Dortmund, and at the University of Heidelberg, amongst others. Numerous publications and exhibitions on architectural theory, urban design, and the 20th century architecture she produced. I would like to really recommend, I love that book. In 2018 she published Der Glaube an das Große, The Belief in the Big in der Architektur der Moderne, Großstrukturen der 1960er und 1970er Jahre. Welcome, Sonja Hnilica.
Thank you so much, Stephan, for having me here. I'm going to talk about systems. The term system in itself is not strictly related to architecture. It's commonly defined as a whole that is composed of several individual parts. This definition includes several aspects. First, there have to be several parts, or elements, or modules. And second, these elements together have to form something that can be considered as a whole, something that functions and is distinct in any way. And then there's third, the act of putting together, meaning arranging these elements in a consistent way. The term system and also systematic have been introduced into German philosophy in the 18th century, and the concept subsequently was important in nature science, as you can see here. For architects, thinking in systems only became attractive somewhat later, namely with the introduction of mass production in the construction industry. And now I'm showing you a picture you have seen already, the Crystal Palace. Konrad Wachsmann regarded the Crystal Palace as, and I quote, the turning point through which the entire development of the history of building took a different direction. And Siegfried Gideon explained, and I quote again, "It is astonishing to find Paxson able at this early date to dissect the whole building into a simple system of small prefabricated units." The central idea of a building system is to largely abstract from the individual building. The goal of the design is not the architectural object anymore, but the system as such. And it extends from prefabrication of the elements to the urban planning level, as you can see here. The modules and the process of planning and assembling are more important than the individual object. We find this idea implemented in its pure form in the Plattenbausystem, large panel system. Prototypes have been tested in the interwar period, but these pioneers' efforts were not completed until after the Second World War. Influenced by the orders from Moscow, industrial construction has been state doctrine in the GDR. This was accompanied by centralization, typification, and standardization. The climax was the so-called WBS 70, which is an abbreviation for Wohnungsbausystem 1970. Almost 650,000 housing units were completed in the GDR using WBS 70, for example, in Berlin-Marzahn. So far, so good. The sheer mass vividly demonstrates the relevance of building and systems in the modern era, I think. But I would now like to take a closer look at the third part of the definition I gave at the beginning, the process and the logic of assembling. And I will show you now some examples from my research on large-scale structures in the 1960s and 70s. And I would like to argue that building in systems has been giving decisive new impulses in the 1960s by the systems theory. The German architect Richard Dietrich, who had worked in Konrad Wachsmann's office in his younger years, started to develop a new kind of building system called Metastadt in the mid-60s. He dreamed of assembling entire cities from multifunctional spatial grids, as you can see here. And he explained that, and I quote, his Stadtbausystem could be built up in an organism-like cellular growth process, increasingly condensed, adjusted to changing requirements, and finally constantly regenerated. He no longer spoke of architecture, but of dynamic socio-technical total systems. This choice of words identifies Dietrich as a supporter of system theory. The biologist Ludwig von Bertalanffy had formulated his general system theory from the mid-40s. He wanted to formalize regularities that he had observed in different fields such as physics, biology, or economics. For our context, the theory of so-called complex systems is particularly interesting. It describes circumstances as diverse as the internet or the spreading of dynamics of epidemics. And so-called complex systems have no simple geometrical structure, and they are constantly changing. They use feedback loops to regulate themselves. Back to Dietrich's Metastadt. As fairy tale-like as his idea might sound, Dietrich found partners for his project. They developed a steel framework that could be stacked up to 10 stories high. It was filled with facade elements, windows, etc. A pilot project was developed in Wulven in the Ruhr area, where a city center had to be built. Unfortunately, it ended as a disappointment. Only the first construction phase was realized, and it was torn down after only 12 years. Helmut Schulitz, another German architect who worked in the USA mostly, designed his own house in Los Angeles as a prototype that was to be expanded into a larger structure by future residents. A consistent design by a single author, to him, seemed to be undemocratic. He called his approach open system and even pleaded for an open aesthetic. His designs were intentionally made to look unfinished, to encourage residents to remodel their houses by themselves. The demand for openness challenges the classical notion of a coherent design or an organic work of art. The question of openness was also present in the visual art at this time, as you can see in this exhibition Torso, das Unvollendete als künstlerische Form. The test house would have fit in perfectly here. This appreciation of the fragmentary in art led to almost romantic compositions. One example is Moshe Safdie's habitat housing development in Montreal. The concrete boxes seem to have been thrown together by a child's hand, but this aesthetic of randomness in this case was not created by the residents shuffling their boxes back and forth. It was composed by a single author. The amorphous form suggests a process of assembling that never took place, while at the same time architectural ensembles were admired that had actually never been designed by a single author. Like you can see them in the photos in Bernard Rudowski's famous exhibition, Architecture Without Architects. This must help us to better understand the next example, the Marburg building system for universities. Here, all the modules were laid out in a very strict grid from the drawer to the concrete shell. The master plan, on the other hand, looks amorphous, organic. In complex systems theory, there's also the concept of openness. It is necessary for interpreting living organisms as complex systems, because at the molecular level, all life processes mean that order is found. And order corresponds physically to an increase of the energy level. According to the second law of thermodynamics, living organisms must therefore be in constant energy exchange with their environment. They have to be interpreted not as closed or self-contained, but as open systems. Obviously, in Marburg, it was hoped that this amorph complex would behave like an open system or a living organism, that it would somehow start to grow, shrink, to form subcenters, etc. That means the goal of designing a perfect building system then was actually a composition that grew somehow on its own. Such an approach seemed democratic, but it also led architects into a hopeless quandary. Actually, as designers, architects should no longer give form. The way out of this dilemma was the concept of structure. This term could very well have been the subject of a separate lecture today. It's very complex. Just think of megastructures, infrastructure, or structuralism. I cannot elaborate on that now. The important aspect right now is this. In systems theory, when a complex system spontaneously assumes a recognizable order, then we speak of structure formation. The concept of structure thus makes it possible to think of natural growth processes and cultural artifacts, like cities, for example, in a similar way. And this leads us to my last short example. Commentators in 1968 found the world's most coherent realization of a megastructure to be the Freie Universität Berlin design by Shadrach Woods. Woods emphasized that his design was not to be understood as a finished building, but as a preliminary proposal. And I quote, as a minimum structural system where individual and group may determine desirable relationships. Within the structure, the activities of the users should condense over time into spontaneous centers. Woods explicitly referred to systems theory, and his project was hailed as a model for the future of urban design. And I conclude, building in systems that combined industrial construction methods with concepts from systems theory. The so-called open systems were to evolve continuously through collective processes. This is how architects of modernity wanted to overcome functionalism. They ultimately aimed for a reconciliation of the opposites of technology and society, or of art and nature. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sonja Hnilica. We will move now from system to tuberculosis. We make a little rochade, and our next speaker will be Beatriz Colomina. She's a professor of the history of architecture at Princeton University, where she's also founding director of the interdisciplinary Media and Modernity program. She received a doctorate from Universitat Politécnica de Barcelona and has since written extensively on questions of architecture, art, technology, sexuality, and media. Her work has been published in more than 25 languages, and her most recent book is X-ray Architecture, which explores the impact of medical discourse and diagnostic technologies on the formation, representation, and reception of modern architecture. Welcome, Beatriz Colomina. Thanks.
Stephan, for your introduction and for your invitation to be here. Sorry to jump the line and put tuberculosis ahead of other alphabetical order, because my friend is Regina has to fly soon. Excuse me, what's your name? I cannot see anymore what happens here. I see it there, but I don't see it here. maybe we have to take this out. Oh, it's here.
Where's your presentation?
Then when I put this here, it disappears. See? Oh, no, maybe it's okay. No, it disappeared, you see?
Can I have a quick...
You see, the thing is marking in that computer. Yeah. Why is that?
Do you see yours?
I see it there. Hmm?
Here I can see.
Yeah, but I cannot see it here.
Here we go.
Yeah, but don't see. Is there? But I want to. This is the thing. Yeah, you have it. You have
here
it.
on PowerPoint.
Okay, all right, perfect. Sorry, there was a technical problem here. Thank you very much, Stephan, for your invitation to be part of this symposium. I think along with Sam Jacobs, I understood that it was all about the Weissenhof, so maybe we are bad readers of emails or something. But I'm very happy to participate in this very exciting and thought-provoking conference. I took the topic of health, particularly of tuberculosis. As you know, architecture has always been understood in terms of a body, but it's always this very athletic, white, male body that is endlessly redrawn from the Renaissance to modern architecture, from, let's say, from Leonardo to Le Corbusier. This is a perfected body that is inscribed in a geometric system. And yet, the point that I'm going to make very briefly here is that the real body of architecture is not a healthy body at all, but a fragile body, prone to disease or already sick, and in need of support. And that in many ways, architecture is kind of an orthopedic support, a kind of crutch or an artificial skin for this fragile creature. And architecture discourse from the beginning, I mean from Vitruvius, that argued that architecture should also be studied in medicine, is medical. So the architect is always presented as a kind of doctor and the building as a medical instrument. In fact, you can even argue, going back historically, that illness and architecture have always been inseparable. The beginning of architecture is the beginning of disease, as this fellow, Dr. Benjamin Ward Richardson, already say when introducing this book, Our Homes and How to Make Them Healthy, which is, by the way, a compendium of tests by doctors and by architects for the 1884 International Health Exhibition in London. And you can see the exhibition and some of the displays that all have to do with the house and how to make it healthy, including the equipment. But let me go to the point where he says that, precisely that man, in constructing protection from exposure, has constructed the conditions of disease. So, in fact, what he says is that there is no disease without architecture and no architecture without disease. And of course, furniture, as the ones in the exhibition, buildings, cities, etc., are in many ways the product of medical emergencies that layer on top of each other over the centuries. But it's amazing that we tend to forget very quickly what produced these layers. As soon as an epidemic passes, we develop all of us collective amnesia. From there, of course, the surprise when seeing these incredible images of these cavernous spaces all over the place. This one in Madrid, but they were in Belgrade, they were all over during COVID, filled with beds, but it's not the first time that we have been there, right? This is 1918 during the flu epidemic in the United States. Again, cavernous spaces were filled with beds. Or the shock when we were asked to put a mask, but the masks that we were wearing during COVID are not very different than the masks that nurses here in Boston were using during the flu epidemic all over the place, right? So in many ways, this is the point I'm trying to make, is modern architecture, we tend to forget that was also produced somehow under emergency conditions. Not only the 1918 flu, but most
important, I think, tuberculosis. Throughout the 19th century and the first half of the 20th century, millions were dying of tuberculosis every year all over the world. So if we think that COVID is bad, that's nothing. 1 in 7 in the planet were dying of tuberculosis, and in cities like Paris it was 1 in 3, right? So we are talking about a major problem. And then modern buildings offer themselves as a prophylactic, if you want, defense against these invisible microorganisms. All the defining features of modern architecture that you can think about, wide walls, terrace, big windows, detachment from the ground, were presented as both prevention for tuberculosis and cure for tuberculosis. I mean, Le Corbusier, for example, in the Radiant City, talks about historic Paris as tubercular Paris. So it's always clearly the rationale for the destruction of the center of Paris is tuberculosis, in the same way that Barcelona's many avenues, or we talked about this morning about the Beaubourg Center, still in the 30s, how many buildings were destroyed. So, well, this is modern architecture, of course, which is completely a response to tuberculosis, sun, air, exercise, terraces, etc. So, to make it very quickly, we can argue that if the health exhibition in London was also an architectural exhibition, as you can see, the Weissenhof is, here in Stuttgart, you can argue that was a health exhibition. Every project explicitly or implicitly presented itself as a source of physical and mental health. It starts with the poster, which is, we never reflect on that, but it's very interesting that instead, the poster, instead of showing what modern architecture will be, it shows what it shouldn't be, right? What it shouldn't be, this red cross, in many ways we are still in the same arguments of 1884, out with fabrics, out with ornament, out with unventilated and dark interiors. So, in other words, in order to produce the idea of modern architecture as healthy, 19th century architecture and even Art Nouveau, because it's a bit of an Art Nouveau interior here, had to be demonized as nervous, unhealthy, and literally filled with disease, especially the bacillus of tuberculosis. Decorative excess was itself treated as an infection. Modernizing architecture was first and foremost a form of disinfection, a purification of buildings, leading to a health-giving environment of light, air, cleanliness, and smooth white surfaces without cracks of devices where contagion may lurk. Peter Behrens actually was the only architect to make this explicit, even if he was not invited initially to the exhibition. He wrote to Mies. He had been, of course, Mies had worked for Peter Behrens, but it's Peter who wrote this letter to Mies van der Rohe, soliciting to be involved in the exhibition. And what does he argue? He uses health as his rationale. This is part of the letter. One hears so much about the Bourbon exhibition in Stuttgart. I understand that the execution organizations are in your hands. I would like to inquire whether it may be possible to put my idea of the terrace block into practice there. If ever this type of terrace block is translated into reality, I believe that it can do a great deal for the health of people. In particular, Behrens ends up focusing on the question precisely of tuberculosis. This is his building here, not the most iconic one. But I have tried for years to design a multi-story house which will be suitable to prevent the main diseases of the people and or to favor healing. So again, prevention and healing. To be effective against tuberculosis, it seems necessary that each apartment, even in a multi-story building, has a large open space under the open skies. Behrens, by the way, was only invited by Mies after Tessenov, Haring, and Mendelssohn had dropped out. So it was really a last-minute decision. But you can argue that in the end, all the houses of the exhibition offer these terraces, which are actually in many ways rooms for exercise, rooms for taking the sun, rooms sometimes can be closed with curtains. You have here Hans Arun, Gropius with the curtains, Radin and Senek, even Mies, of course, had roof terraces, as you can see, that also with this canopy form a room. Here you have Gropius with the... So those are not terraces added to a building. They are really like almost part of the building. The walls have been taken out and replaced with curtains. In fact, and here is actually the one of Polsik, which is also interesting, that includes this typical chair for taking the sun, but also very much like an invalid's chair. But in fact, it was not just architects, but also critics and historians of architecture, that's like Siegfried Gideon, for example, that seemed to be advocating life in a sanatorium. It was in the early 80s in New York, when one still will go around to all bookstores to find books, that I found this little book that I didn't know of Gideon, and I took to, by the title, Befriede Wohnen, Liberated Dwelling, to see a book on the house. And you could see also the subtitle, light, air, opening, almost like the slogan of a sanatorium. And the interesting thing is that when I opened the book, I realized that more than half of the book was dedicated to hospitals, including Richard Docker here in Bijblingen, a few kilometers away from here, or the Zonnestraal of Docker and Bijouet in the Netherlands, again the Zonnestraal, or sanatoriums in Davos, like the Queen Alexandra, or images, again Davos, or images of sunbathing, or stadia, or even tennis. And by the time I finally got to the houses, it was almost half of the book is over. I practically have forgotten already that I bought a little book on the modern house. And what happens, I go into the house and say, what's going on here? And I find myself like the client is sick, so the house itself is like a sanatorium, like in this Max Haveli house in Zurich, right, of 1988, or it has been turned into gyms, like the Piscator house by Marcel Breuer in Berlin, with all the gymnastic equipment, or again the Richard Docker terrace here in the Weissenhof with all the SSI equipment. And of course, it's not just Gideon, and perhaps much more significant in this context of the Weissenhof will be Richard Docker, which of course was the site architect of the Weissenhof, and he wrote this very influential book also the same year of the Weissenhof, 1927, Terrassentrieb, which follows the terrace, the evolution of the development of the terrace in modern architecture from the hospital, from the Krankenhaus, from the sanatorium to the home, starting with his own sanatorium here in Bijblingen, and again with all this detail, and again going through all these sanatoriums, many of them the same one that Gideon had presented, the Zonnestraal, or the Queen Alexandra in Davos, and again these characters in Davos. And before we know, he's making this absolutely seamless transition between the terraces of sanatorium and the terraces of modern houses, with diagrams showing the penetration of the rays in modern sanatoriums and in modern terrace houses. And the book concludes again with a series of photographs of domestic terraces, again his own, Richard Docker's, his own house in the Weissenhof, or for example this one, Malete Stevens, Villa Noel, in years, again with the terraces where people could sleep outside, including this beautiful one designed by Pierre Sarraud, that is part of the Malete Stevens house, and the pool, and of course, you know, the client, Marie-Laure de Noël, she was the daughter of a Jewish banker from Paris who died of tuberculosis, so there's a lot of also biographical aspects to all of this. When she was a child and she was sent to live in the countryside, and she in many ways commissioned this house for Malete Stevens as a form of prevention of illnesses like tuberculosis, and even had a personal trainer here, and Man Ray, this fantastic film of the house using very much exercise as part of this, well, it's very quick. In the end, Docker, as I say, was the site architect of the Weissenhof, and the whole way the settlement is perched on the edge of the hill to cast the sun resonates in many ways too with the sanatorium tradition of facing the sun. And in the end, I think what is crucial about the Weissenhof is that it's really one building, a single effect of modern health life. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Beatriz Colomina. We will move on to the term transcription. Oh, no, actually, we can also make it like you proposed. We will now come to the term topography. And Marianne Baumgartner, Marianne Baumgartner, she founded Campo Novo Baumgartner together with Luca Camponovo in Zurich in 2014. That's an architecture office which works on projects in different scales and acquired considerable knowledge in transforming and extending existing buildings. Marianne Baumgartner studied architecture at ETH Zurich from 2002 to 2009, where she also worked as an associate researcher until 2012. And Marianne Baumgartner was a voting member of the jury for the Waisenhof Stuttgart Open Ideas competition. Welcome, Marianne Baumgartner.
Well, thank you. I think it's perfect that we changed the alphabet because I can tie in here perfectly. So the concept of topography is many-layered and formative. Think of children playing in the sand pit, or the country's topography, which I, as a Swiss, cannot speak about it without some pride. Or arrival at Stuttgart, where various topographical and historical layers have first to be passed. The starting point of my contribution here, however, is the experience of topography as resistance, or even an inconvenience, as a willing or obstinate co-designer, as an exciting but not always easily accessible history of nature, landscape, and society. I would like to start with a few observations right here, just a few steps away from the place where we are meeting actually. We see topographic layers, a pavement, a curbstone, a slightly lowered roadway. The pavement is narrow, the patchwork of asphalt and square cement blocks shows how history is deposited almost imperceptibly in fine layers. As a boundary, the curbstone milled and cut from granite. A difference in height of just a handbreadth, an edge, a mark, a sign of rationalism. The curbstone is a statement that cannot be underestimated in terms of its functional importance. The roadway is rolled asphalt, invented just in time for the breakthrough of the automobile, or was it the other way around? In any case, an ambiguous manifesto for dynamism, speed, and progress. At the time of my survey, nothing is moving, so the traffic is at a standstill in the streets of the Waisenhof. Emerging from the joints are individual grasses and stalks, fragile pioneers that have come to overgrowth and break up the order. The street space in Waisenhof follows the contour lines. At the side, low walls and fences mark the next topographical layer at the transition up to the Killesberg, and the high edge forms an edge at the bottom. The building sites seem to have few historical traces. The huge sandstone breaches to either side of the Kochenhof remained in the background, and all that remains of the farm, Waisenhof, is the name. The idea of the topography of modernity could be represented here as a veritable model. The building followed the movement of the slope in sweeping picturesque curves, giving it a slight terraced appearance. In the middle is a breach, a gap where the terrain drops off into a flat surface covered with tall stinging nettles and slabs. A modern ruin slumbers beneath it. The basement foundations of Richard Döcker's house, the deliberate destruction by air raids left behind a recent archaeological monument. The topography reveals its snares only in places, such as the mysterious little steps up to the coal hatch at the Le Corbusier's house. You might object that a model settlement on the subject of housing cannot be explained by its streets and outdoor spaces. I think this is precisely the modern demand on housing that prompts this reflection. Desired openness of the dwelling and the modern multi-layered through circulation and the merging of inside and out make the outside space part of the architectural arrangement. The green and the white can only be regarded as opposites when viewed superficially. The green and the white are involved in close dialogue and are even dependent on each other. The formation of the space included embankments and excavations, as well as stairways, terraces, and roof landscapes. It was walkable and physically practicable. In this fusion, green achieves the same timeless validity as white. It also becomes an unchanging still image. Unless the concept of landscape, another wonderfully complex concept, the concept of topography explicitly includes human intervention. The ambiguity of the concept is indicative, ranging from the place I describe to the place I write. The description of the place followed its mandatory functional principles, sans, shading, view, gradient. The aim was to insert the build as well as possible, or even to derive the form directly from the surrounding nature. The development, on the other hand, was based on the inner principles. Modern construction methods allowed a return to the primary forms and new open order in the structural elements. The straight line, as horizontal as vertical, the right angle, the circle, a certain association with the simultaneously refined country topography is unavoidable in this solution in a spatial coordinate system with reference points and planes. The horizontal breathtaking for its large spans was contrasted with the vertical elements, pilotis, stairs, well, and again, trees, pines as individual trees, groups, growing to groves and small woods. Interestingly, the demand for openness in the dwellings and the extensive disappearance of the wall went hand in hand with the tendency to raise the building higher and higher off the ground. The physical penetration of the house into the ground was minimized to the point of lifting it to float above the site and the damp and potentially contaminating soil. In search of air and sun, modernity was drawn to the sea and also to the mountains. Modernity was concerned about health, and modernity cultivated leisure time, the physical experience of the topography with bracingless ascents and sweeping descents. In the form of sanatoriums and hotels, modern architecture, like annual rings, scaled ever greater heights with the same validity of topographical relations. The world of the mountains is characterized by layers of perspectives and topographical references, like the horizontal mirror surface on the mountain lake, or, in its absence, the chic swimming pool like here in Adelboden. The music pavilion stands on the completely artificial hill as if on a pedestal and looks far beyond the sublime mountains to the Mediterranean Sea. Well, before I hand over to the next concept, a short video sequence by our friend Ronny Haglitz from a common project on site in my hometown, where the former gas production was. A topographical experience, a self-test, a self-contamination, the self-test contamination against a late modern backdrop. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marianne Baumgartner. The next term will be transcription, and our next speaker will be Jan de Wilde. Jan de Wilde is a Flemish architect based in Ghent and in Brussels, Belgium. He founded Architekten de Wilde Wink Tailleux in 2010 together with Inge Wink and Jo Tailleux, and more recently Architekten Jan de Wilde Inge Wink together with Inge Wink. He has realized several works in Belgium and abroad, and his work has been exhibited in many galleries worldwide. Jan has taught at St. Lucas School of Architecture in Ghent and Brussels, also at the TU Delft, at the EPFL in Lausanne, and the Accademia di Architettura di Mendrisio. And since 2017, he's a professor at the ETH in Zurich. Welcome, Jan de Wilde. Thank you for being here.
Right. Do I do this again? I need to find. So, okay. Almost good evening. Thank you for inviting me into this. I will take it a little bit from the practitioner side, and I don't know why it's good. I brought add on, take away, add away, take on. Transcription, transforming, trans. It's not immediately that I'm a specialist in transcribing modernity, but transcription and trans is part of the practice. And the first add on, take away, add away, take on is a little house. And I will not talk about everything about the house, but I understood this morning when I was following on screen that Tom Emerson, for a moment, under the term of Pre-Collage, brought this on screen for a second. And why do I bring it? It is maybe not modernity at all, but on the other hand, what I learned when I was a child, when I was young, even when I was studying, where modernity became part of a certain understanding, the understanding that has been explicited today was not yet part of the education at that time, and we approached it in different ways. And for example, yes, I could also add elements, words that have been heard throughout the whole day. I was in the car trying to zoom in to listen to all what have been said and all the words that were going around. It was not very successful while driving 140 kilometers to be on time. But anyway, when I listened to it, I thought like, well, I'm happy to show this project quickly, because what it's about, it's at the end, finally, from a certain viewpoint, also is to introduce certain qualities of life. Whether they are connected or not to all kind of political, social, historical thinking, they are for sure. But on the other hand, it also has to do with simple issues of space and life and so on. And what is depicted here is indeed, yes, a transcription of an old house, a transformation of an old house into a house of the nowadays. And more importantly, a house that is not just offered to people, but that is made by people. And it's made by people with very limited resources, with very limited capacity. And still it is made, at least was our aim at a certain moment, with a kind of, let's say, giving life place. And the best remark I've got from an architectural crit on that was saying, well, crit not, someone saying like, well, but what is this? It's not even modern. The second project I'm presenting quickly here, in the sense of what is connected to the words transcription and maybe from a certain distance to the idea of modernity or what came later on as modern. I start with a little quote of Francis Alice, a Belgian artist today, but raised as an architect in Tourcoing. And I wished I wrote this myself, but he wrote this: sometimes doing something poetic can become political, and sometimes doing something political can become poetic. And what is important to me is that two words which are seemingly uncombinable seems to be combinable in one sentence. And I'm looking here to a competition we won now 4 or 5 years ago. We are 2022. And it's a competition on the transcription, refurbishment of a 66,000 square meter exhibition space in Charleroi, the French site of the Belgian society. And what you see here is a beautiful image of a building site moment by the end, almost the delivery at the end of the 60s, before the 70s. What you see here in the front is the Charleroi city, which has been very wealthy by the fact that heavy industry was around, not only mining in the far distance, but also the metal industry. And on the occasion of this wealthiness, they ordered themselves this big space to exhibit their power in economy. And to imagine you from this side, we are at the Belfort Tower looking over the artificial landscape and looking to a building which has 3 levels height. You see only 1 level from this side, so you are at the up city, and behind it is a below city, and each level has a 9-meter floor-to-floor height. It's 500,000 cubic meter of cubic meter, yeah. And there was a competition launched 5 years ago. Charleroi nowadays is one of the most poor environments, or in Central Europe, most poor regions. And the city of Charleroi has been granted by the European Commission a couple of 100 million of European money, subsidies to revive the economy, the society that goes along there. And the mayor and the Bouwmeester of Charleroi reserved like 35 million euros for a refurbishment of a building that was delivered by the start of the 70s, when the whole economy collapsed and was never in use, at least not in the capacity it was intended to. And they got the 35 million euros, and to give you an idea, when you come from practice, if you would like to refurbish 66,000 square meter, you would likely aim for 135 million euros to do it properly. The mayor and the Bouwmeester were sharp enough to say that the competition was only about the central part, which is the lobby part, 3 levels high, 12,000 square meter, connecting the left block and the right block, and only investing this 35 million euros in it under the aim to obtain a new state-of-the-art architectural project with contemporary ideas, but mostly also a zero-energy building, as it is, of course, what never can lack today in competitions. This is the building as we found the moment at the first visit, later on depicted by Philippe Dujardin in the status as we found it, with a color scheme that no one really could refer to. And this is the central space, quite protected, with beautiful staircases going up and down. So to remember, 9 meters each level, and 1 level is still below, which was not connected to this one. And this is the way where people got in. Our proposal over the summer 5 years ago was a lazy one, at the same time one of which we said, if we win it, we want something, and if we don't win it, at least we have been reflecting on it. The proposal was to come back to the status of this image. We proposed to the city of Charleroi to not do anything in the sense of giving it a new architectural image with a facade, status of the day, but to just lift all the facades and to make it a little terraced park, reconnecting the above and the below city. This was a building, as you can see, which was completely constructed out of a concrete grid system of columns and beams and platforms, beautiful glazed ceilings, as you have seen, and this is the proposal that we entered for the competition, which gives us an economy gain of 1/3 of the 1/3. We only need like 14 million euros to realize a project, and saved public money of 20 million euros, which we finally then could invest in the surrounding of the building, namely an asbestos removal project and some technical updates. And these are the images status like 1 month ago, in which you can see the central part opened. Also the below part is now giving service by 2 new staircases that we added on. And as you can see in the far distance of the project, it really reconnects the above and the below city. It will open within a year. On the other hand, probably the status of perception will not be that much different anymore than what you see here right now today. So to me also, to say so, what I, in a certain way and from a far distance, could have understood out of modernity is that it was on search also for a certain economy to revive things. On the other hand, this building really destroyed the city as it came with its total block massively into the city part. And here is our attitude of transcribing it. Yes, it's a problematic building for the city, but we believe with the new terracing, we might deliver a new way of approaching the heritage of recent, kind-like, modern architecture, or let's say something which is related to it. Last point has the title, that it does not look good makes that it looks good. It luckily doesn't happen too much to us that we were invited to design pavilions, as I believe it's one of the most annoying architectural typologies, as it is always about expressing visions and ideas and futures and reflections. And a good friend of us, Lieven de Kouter, a Belgian philosopher, architectural crit, happily always goes parallel with us when it goes in writing, thinking, and debating the work we try to make. And when Lieven approached us, he said, I really don't like it. Is it a false attempt as a tribute to Miss, or what was this idea behind? And I said, well, actually, I don't know. Anyway, what it is about is that we just here tested all kind of new ways of constructing, not to be new, but just to be almost opposite to what architecture and modernity or contemporary often is looking at, to have a kind like of flush non-tolerance architecture, while this is just made by stacking and trying and throwing the things together, finding cast material around the park to get things together. Intended to be there forever. 1 year later, not even 1 year later, it was demolished by the Flemish government as it was protested by everyone around. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jan de Wilde. I really hope that it gets constructed very soon, reconstructed very soon. We will come now to the next term, which is efficiency/inefficiency, and our next speaker will be Maren Harnack. She's a professor of urbanism at Frankfurt University of Applied Sciences and works as an independent urban planner and architect. She studied at the University of Stuttgart, at TU Delft, and at the London School of Economics, and has received a doctorate with a study on large-scale housing estates. Her research focuses on post-war modernism and possible perspectives for its often neglected architectural and urban heritage. Maren Harnack's latest publication include Adaptive Reuse Strategies for Post-War Modernist Housing, edited together with Nathalie Heger and Matthias Brunner. Welcome, Maren Harnack.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me. And for a change, I will not mainly speak about large-scale housing estates, but about inefficiency. And I will use it here as something that denominates an incongruity between the program or the use of a space and the actual space that houses it. On every scale, actually, urban or interior. And this incongruity creates friction, and it requires to adapt and appropriate spaces for uses they have not been intended for, and obviously this needs energy and is not efficient. In my understanding, one of the promises of modernity was to minimize this friction and thus make architecture and urban planning efficient. And I want to share some thoughts, I wouldn't say it's a theory, on how this notion of efficiency might have influenced cities. Modernist efficiency promised to build according to human needs. We heard that a couple of times today. For example, light, sun, and air, undeniably objective or perhaps even scientific planning goals that had nothing to do with things like taste or tradition. And modernist spaces thus are ideal for their intended uses and were designed specifically for specific uses. They eliminated ornament and clutter and maximized the use value of every single square centimeter of floor space. An educational film about the Frankfurter Küche, and you see some film stills here, shows how much energy a housewife can save using this new spatial arrangement and how much less space it requires. And what is shown here are the walking ways the housewife, obviously the housewife and not the man, needs to take preparing food. Oh no, sorry. During late modernism, the paradigm of efficiency became more obvious and more challenging. Building processes were scaled up, houses were industrially produced, floor plans were streamlined, and the time needed to build something became more valuable than the material involved. Whilst the efficiency of classical modernism has not always been universally loved in terms of its aesthetics, late modernism's efficiency became visually even more challenging. It ostentatiously was mass-produced, and it didn't pretend to be anything else. Counter-reactions followed, of course. With increasing wealth, it was no longer needed to make a little go a long way, and the aesthetics of efficiency became rather associated with not making an effort and creating stigma for their inhabitants. Some architects, like Ricardo Bofill, tried to avoid that stigma by decorating the program of modernism with historicist or perhaps postmodern facades. And to my knowledge, although I haven't researched that in depth, this was quite greeted by the residents, but not so much by the world of architecture criticism, which I perceive as changing right now, but I'm not sure. To maintain efficiency, in the sense it has been planned, requires an enormous amount of control. And I think there's a reason why architects usually have the pictures of the buildings taken before the residents start to use them. No space will ever be used in exactly the way it has been planned, and any space, as soon as it is being put to its intended use, develops certain inefficiencies, because users will adapt the space to their needs, they create clutter, fire loads, and they compromise the space in millions of other ways. And these, I wish to make clear, are really normal everyday practices. They have nothing to do with knowledge of architecture or any kind of revolutionary mindset or anything like that. Philippe Boudon once did a study about Le Corbusier's settlement Pessac, and I think it's brilliant because it shows how the inhabitants have customized the neighborhood, and it also shows how residents like it, and the architecture professionals interviewed deem it a failure exactly because it has been customized by the residents. I think watching the use of architecture change over time, it's inevitable to see its efficiency wane. Inefficiency, in a way, stores time, and I think it's quite a beautiful process. The longevity of buildings relies on the ability of users to adapt spaces or use spaces in a way of living they were not intended for, or vice versa, on the ability of buildings to endlessly accommodate new spatial arrangements. Today, though, efficiency has taken on a kind of second, very different life. In today's production of space, efficiency still is about making the most of every square centimeter of floor space, but not so much in terms of its use value, but in terms of financial benefit. Financial efficiency is something that has crept into the decision-making process of our municipalities and also in all kinds of welfare provision. Today, it is often preferred to demolish buildings in order to erect more efficient ones, even if the existing buildings may be listed. Inefficiency is frequently cited as the reason for demolition when, as people say, refurbishment doesn't pay off, because it can't eliminate incongruities of spaces and its intended uses at a sufficiently low price, I would say. So I believe we should learn to love inefficiency, actually. This is not a criticism of modernism. Modernist buildings and spaces now themselves have developed inefficiencies, and most of them seem to be coping quite well. However, this does not necessarily save them from demolition in the name of more efficient uses. Under late capitalist urban development, we heard about neoliberalism. Inefficiencies are currently being purged from the urban landscape to replace them with money-making machines, no matter how recent the built fabric has been built, today often less than 30 or even 25 years. Thereby, it's often being forgotten that these very money-making machines begin to drift towards inefficiency the minute they are finished. And at the same time, inefficiencies and inefficient spaces or incongruities are vital for our cities, not only in a romantic way. The gap between intended and adapted uses provide literally open spaces and attract new, yet unknown ways of use. The proverbial garages that Apple/Microsoft/Google were founded in, they were inefficient spaces with lots of incongruities. They were not in the assigned use, they did not yield any rent, they were not at all ideal for high-tech precision engineering. This story repeats itself over and over every day, not always resulting in global players, of course, but in viable local business and activities. And those benefit eventually firms like Google/Apple/Microsoft or their employees that use them. We can only speculate about how much innovation would not have happened and how many businesses would not have been founded unless some kind of underused or out-of-demand space had been available to house them. The efficient use of space thus does not necessarily create productivity. That's two distinctly different things. Especially after the decline of Ford's industrial production, and the need to adapt cities to climate change, inefficiencies provide the spaces needed to adapt cities to these new parameters, like a sponge that can soak up and store excess water. Not least, inefficiencies that have developed over time contribute significantly to the urbanity, the liveliness and diversity people, and I mean not only architects, love about neighborhoods that we think have aged well, because those inefficiencies provide exactly the spaces for innovation, appropriation, and short-term economic trials that make them attractive. So, to conclude, if modernity was about freeing architecture and urban space from aesthetic conventions and from unnecessarily expensive, what is its legacy? To some extent, I fear, modernity has left us with a not very helpful notion of efficiency. Modernism was always ready to start again and not to concern itself with the reuse of inefficient buildings or urban structures, or to deal with incongruities between plan and actual use. Today, I think we need to reject the idea that we can get things right by starting all over again, and that any space might work once and for good when we got it right. We should also reject the notion that incongruities are a problem at all. Whilst many aspects of modernism cease to dominate current architecture, efficiency is still haunting us, albeit in a perverted form that benefits not the users, but property owners. For the future, I believe we should think efficiency not so much as creating ideal spaces for specific users, or programs, but as making the best possible use of spaces we already have. We need to train ourselves to understand the capacities of spaces and make those the starting point of architectural interventions. The frictions created by these incongruities and their uses, they will hopefully inspire novel spatial arrangement that none of us could have invented, even if we would try very hard to do so. So here we are again with the foxes and not the hedgehogs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maren Hanak. We almost reached the letter Z. We have 3 more presentations to go. Then I really promise we will have a 1-hour break for coffee where we can refresh and get ready for the evening program. But before that, I would like to hand over to my colleague Leo Hermann, who will guide us through the last 3 presentations.
Yes, thank you, Stephan. I think the hour needs to be specified a little bit, but I will say something on that later on. Yes, we don't have to waste any time, so I would like to introduce Martin Murenhoff as the first speaker of the 6th panel. He's an architect and urban researcher. He investigates the subterranean dimension of architecture and the city as part of his PhD project with the working title The Deep City. He's an associate researcher at TU Berlin, and I would like to welcome him. Martin Murenhoff.
Thank you for the invitation. We have heard a couple of presentations on blind spots of modern architecture today, and I'm going to add another one, the underground. The underground is a blind spot of modern architecture and urbanism. Architecture and urbanism are almost exclusively concerned with above-ground construction, while the underground in analogy, subterranean infrastructure and below-ground construction are predominantly considered the terrain of engineering. However, before pursuing this hypothesis, I will briefly address the question of why architecture and urbanism should include the underground at all. Architecture and the city have occupied the underground since their earliest formation. Foundations and basements came first, followed in the 19th century by initial network infrastructures like gas, water, sewers, electricity, and eventually underground transport systems. While most of these networks were almost purely technical installations, with the event of underground traffic infrastructures, the occupation of the underground and the city's entire logic of circulation and spatial order changed. For most of its existence, the city used to be a construction with only one plane of reference, ground level or the streets. Then subway systems introduced a second plane of transport below. The underground acquired a public dimension. The city increasingly came to be organized in layers. The streets were no longer the only system of organization and order. Not only did this bring fundamental change to the city structure, it also changed the way we use and perceive cities and likewise architecture. To illustrate this change, I will start in New York City. At the beginning of the 20th century, New York developed several national and regional underground train lines and stations and a subway system that opened in 1904. As Manhattan was densely occupied and land prices were high, these train stations seldomly came alone. What you can see here is the Hudson Terminal from 1909, a hybrid building complex, partly architecture, partly infrastructure, consisting above ground of 2 almost identical towers that were connected by sky bridges at level 4 and 17, and an underground train station with 3 levels, a public concourse, and shops below ground. Besides this example of vertical integration, there are also numerous examples of horizontal assemblage of regular subway stations and adjacent buildings. The second underground level of transport brought significant change to connected buildings, the basements of which held an access and an exit and therefore no longer were a dead end. The first level of these buildings acquired similar functions as ground floor level, or you could say the first underground level turned into a second ground floor level. At a large scale, the city was no longer necessarily a continuous sequence of spaces defined by the street network, but rather an archipelago in which the islands could be discovered and connected in almost any arbitrary sequence, eventually without touching ground. The two building complexes shown before are two of the earliest constructions with an underground entrance served by train or subway station, even preceding the famous Grand Central Station complex that opened in 1913. Yet, other than Grand Central Station complex, which found its place in architectural history, these two buildings, like most of their type from New York or any other city, have not. I could have also started this story in Paris or Berlin or with one of the numerous cities that during the second half of the 20th century, continuing in the 21st, acquired a second underground level of transport. Large cities like Tokyo or Shanghai, but also smaller cities like Montreal, Stockholm, or Zurich, and also Stuttgart. The spread of the second underground level proliferated after World War II, when the so-called second level either elevated or underground, referring to the streets as first level, was promoted as the universal formula for traffic planning issues. With the spread of the car and parking facilities, the second level also expanded beyond the routes of train lines. If the history of modern architecture considered architecture to be construction above ground level, this was also true for urbanism. From its invention towards the end of the 19th century until today, urbanism mainly focused on above-ground construction, either because it largely ignored the underground or because it distinctively argued for a separation between architecture and traffic infrastructure and in analogy between above and below-ground construction. Both attitudes originated in the critique of technocratic city planning and the city of the late 19th century. One fraction of the urbanism movement that eventually led to the functionalist city of Siam thought the rationalization of the city simply did not go far enough. They embraced the so-called traffic primate, which was first articulated by Ildefonse Cerda in his general theory of urbanization from 1867, yet also already prominent in early 19th century theories from the École des Ponts et Chaussées. Along with the promotion of functional zoning and the separation of functions where necessary, they also promoted the vertical separation of traffic planes and pedestrian, car, and train traffic. Architecture and traffic infrastructure were to be integrated, yet elevated and lifted out of the ground to overcome the underground, which was associated with the city of the late 19th century. The other fraction that was initiated by Camillo Sitte's book, Der Städtebau nach seinen künstlerischen Grundsätzen, which also gave the name to the movement, dismissed rational planning and foremost the primate of traffic, focusing their critique on the spatial uniformity of rationalized street networks and urban space. Instead, they referred to the historical city as a model for spatial organization. Dismissing traffic as a guiding principle also meant, in the end, to dismiss the integration of architecture and traffic infrastructure, claiming the autonomy of architecture. Positions of urbanism that integrated the underground and underground infrastructure remained a rare exception. So if I'm referring to the metaphor of the blind spot, it is not to claim that something, in this case the underground, was not noticed at all, even though underground structures are mostly invisible from the street perspective, or that someone, in this case planners or architects, were not aware of them, but rather, like Jan-Philipp Reetsma recently suggested, to refer to a structural blindness that in this case largely originated in the labor division between architects and engineers and the implicit distinction between architecture and engineering, or architecture and public works. When after Second World War the functionalist city model became the focus point of critique. The reactions from the field of urbanism and the attitudes towards traffic infrastructure and the spatial disposition continue to follow a similar logic. On one side, there were attempts to reform the functionalist city. The structuralist Team 10 or the megastructure movement gave up functional zoning, yet the preference for the integration of infrastructure and architecture remained, and with it also the preference for the elevation of infrastructure or the elevated second level. Antithetical to this were the attempts to propose a so-called traditional city that was partly based on the spatial model of the historical city and partly on the city of the late 19th century. Concepts like the traditional city from Collage city or the claim for the reconstruction of the European city written with a large E, which found its origins in Brussels. To enable this model, the concept called for a spatial separation between architecture and infrastructure and above and below ground construction. If urbanism was restricted to superstructure, then the invention of the so-called urbanisme souterrain in Paris in 1933, a movement that found its peak in the 1960s, further confirms this hypothesis. A mirror image of urbanisme souterrain, was the engineer's urbanism focusing almost exclusively on subterranean space and the technical dimension of the substructure of the city. The connection with the existing city remained relatively abstract, even though one of the concept's premises was the claim to be a strategy that allows both preservation and modernization. Urbanisme souterrain remained relatively short-lived also because it was incompatible with the other urbanisms, especially with the preservationist concept of the historical city that found its conceptual identity at the beginning of the 20th century as the antithesis of infrastructure-based forms of urbanization. Given the fact that subway systems enabled the preservation of the spatial organization of several historical and 19th century cities, cities like Paris or Berlin and even Manhattan, renders this circumstance quite ironic. Underground planning subsequently developed into a highly specialized branch of engineering with its own very technical discourse, highly specialized magazines, and very close ties to the construction industry. Even the growing interest in infrastructure and the city as a networked entity that started in the 1980s, caused by the end of the infrastructural ideal and the emergence of its successor, splintering urbanism, which, amongst other things, stated the inseparable, increasingly hybrid nature of architecture and infrastructure, so far did not change this. So, to sum up, modern architecture and urbanism largely either wanted to overcome the underground and therefore ignored it, or ignored it to claim the presumed autonomy of architecture and urbanism, or to frame it differently, urbanism as architecture. In consequence, architecture and the city are typically reduced to their physiognomy, leaving large parts of their real anatomy and all related dimensions misrepresented and misunderstood. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Martin, for these wide-ranging reflections on the deep city. Next, I would like to introduce Uta Lecomte. She will speak about World Trade Centers. She's a cultural theorist, writer, and editor with an interest in architecture as a cultural practice in processes of globalization, transformation, and instabilities since the 1970s. She received a doctoral degree from TU Munich with a work on that very subject, World Trade Centers, Repercussions of the Twin Towers. Uta.
Thank you very much for this introduction, and thank you very much for inviting me and having me here today. I will present World Trade Centers as an index of modern architecture. And I would like to frame my presentation with two quotes. One is by Charles Jenks, who said that modern architecture died with the destruction of the Prodigo housing complex in 1972.
The other one is by Rem Koolhaas, who compared the Twin Towers to the Concorde and said that they are modernism's apotheosis and letdown at the same time. These quotes refer to a specific turn at a specific moment in global culture and relate two buildings to this cultural change, the end and, paradoxically, at the same time, the apotheosis of modernism. In my research, I have examined the World Trade Center Twin Towers in their agency within this process of globalization that had initiated in a timely coincidence with their opening in 1973. Starting with a paradoxical imbalance between the strong frame of the Twin Towers as the World Trade Centers and the largely unknown hundreds of existing World Trade Center buildings worldwide, I analyzed this interrelation to understand why and how this proliferation of the World Trade Centers occurred. Here I would like to briefly explain that the name World Trade Center is a trademark owned by the World Trade Centers Association, a membership organization, a club based in New York, which licenses the World Trade Center name against fees to its members, the developers and operators of World Trade Centers. The World Trade Center concept was developed within the World Trade Center Department of the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, the public transport agency and owner and developer of the Twin Towers. In the mid-80s, the World Trade Center name has been sold for a symbolic amount of $10 from the Port Authority to the World Trade Center Association. In my analysis, I had interpreted the Twin Towers as a stabilizing agent within an unstable global cultural system, a phenomenon which I had coined World Trade Centerness. I interpreted the seriality of hundreds of World Trade Centers as a constant loop of stabilization and destabilization, and as apotheosis and letdown, or liquefaction, to speak with Zygmunt Bauman. And I described the Twin Towers as a representation of the global system as a unity. To Jean Baudrillard, for example, this representation of unity was so strong that, according to him, it even provoked the Twin Towers' violent destruction by terrorism. With destabilization, I do not at first refer to the structural and physical collapse of the buildings. I rather refer to the death of their originality, the individuality or heroism, the authorship, if you want, of that first tower by the coming seriality. By doubling the first tower with its twin, this originality and individuality is lost. So what happened around 1972, what David Harvey, along with Frederick Jameson and others, called a sea change in cultural as well as in political economic practices. Following Harvey and Jameson, the key shock that would change global culture was the end of the gold standard starting in 1971, and the beginning of a new fluctuating and interrelated global currency system. Along the baseline of this economic shock, an entire shock wave unfolded: the oil shock, an environmental crisis. The environmental shock also because the Club of Rome report Limits to Growth had just been published. The Sputnik shock a little earlier had led to an educational crisis and a space race. And then the future shock. This is the title, as you know, by the book from Alvin and Heidi Toffler that came out in 1970, that declared that the new socio-technological development as a shocking new environment. In short, to speak with Niall Ferguson, the early 1970s experienced the shock of the global, as he calls it. So to explain why and how World Trade Centers and this paradigm shift are related, I will now, in the following couple of minutes, disassemble the term World Trade Center. With world, I would describe the global cultural condition. I think this artwork by John Baldessari from 1990 captures this cultural condition quite well. One image on top of another, like two screens, two pairs. On the top, a man and a woman, shoppers, consumers. On the bottom image, two twin high-rises that merge in what seems an explosion. They might or might not collapse and lose their stability. The pair in the top seems to watch a spectacle, potentially the one that unfolds on the bottom image. One can see here several aspects of that particular global culture,
which is characterized by medialization, spectacularization, iconicity, a world of meaning. One can see the instabilities that I have just described: crisis, disruption, potential collapse. The building structures represent power instability despite breaking. Putting all this together with how these shoppers, consumers are depicted, one can think of the economic model of neoliberalism, or ideology, we can argue about this, that unfolded with the end of the gold standard, with increasing financialization, privatization, competition, commodification, consumerism. We had talked about this before today. These phenomena that I had just described had a large effect on the practice of world trade and globalization. In particular, the financialization, the new era of banking pioneered by David Rockefeller from Chase Manhattan Bank, one of the initiators and developers of the Twin Towers World Trade Center. Then containerization, of course, and its effect on the transformation of port infrastructures and urban port areas, and also in the increasing risk and vulnerability by disruptions of trade flows, corridors, or policies. Then the global competition on an increasingly globalized market for consumer goods, the travel and commodification of images, and I could go on. Developed and financed by the Public Port Authority, the World Trade Center buildings in New York were conceptualized, at least that was the narrative, as a vertical port, replacing the former port area in Lower Manhattan where the port used to be. However, World Trade never took place inside the World Trade Center Twin Towers. Rather, they functioned as a symbol for world trade, or even more a symbol of the global system. I want to use these two images to describe the center aspect of World Trade Centers. On the left, you can see the Twin Towers shortly before their opening from the perspective of the Chase Manhattan Bank headquarters, and on the right, you see the installation titled Void at the 9/11 memorial site on the footprint of the former World Trade Center Twin Towers. Center is a spatial category. So at first, one could say the World Trade Centers are the spatialization of global trade in that specific global cultural condition. In their materiality as buildings, they are place makers. At the same time, they are placeholders, since they refer to something other than or outside somewhere else. Center as a club. World Trade Center is a trademark, a commodity in itself. Every World Trade Center building is a clubhouse, not presenting World Trade, but representing a certain narrative of World Trade. A club, of course, is a closed and exclusive space. Center as seriality. The one center does not exist. In fact, World Trade Center 1 and 2 in that series do not exist anymore. They are represented by void. Paradoxically, hundreds of World Trade Centers still refer to them. So the center is never the center, it refers to another center, thus creating continuity and connectivity. At last, I want to mention one aspect, the center as space and power. It is always exclusive, since its situation defines who gets to have access and who gets to participate, and what the distances to power are. I'm closing my talk with this image of the land art installation by Agnes Dance from 1982. It is titled Wheat Field, a Confrontation. The artist has planted and harvested 2 acres of wheat on the Battery Park landfill, the landfill next to the World Trade Center Twin Towers that had been created from the soil excavated for its construction. Within the world and outside of the center, this installation, this art, offers a perspective through the binary grid of the network. It confronts representation with the present, hyperreality with the real. Also a confrontation with possible alternative worlds and ways of doing things differently than remaining within the loop of stabilizing instabilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Uta. So we started our index in Athens, and we are concluding it with a talk on Zionism by Zvi Efrat. This will be the last talk of this part of the Index of Modern Architecture. It will continue at 7:30 with a panel discussion moderated by Stephan Trüby. In between, we will have a German language interlude. I will say some very quick words on that after Zvi's talk. We heard a bit about building in British Mandate Palestine with Elat and Sharon this morning. Zvi worked on the time after that. One of his most important publication is the Israeli project, Building and Architecture, 1948 to 1973. And another is the object of Zionism, the architecture of Israel. Zvi is a partner of Efrat Kowalski Architects and was head of the Department of Architecture at the Bezalel Academy in Jerusalem from 2002 to 2010. And we welcome Zvi Efrat for his talk on Zionism.
What a strange idea to end such a day with Zionism. I don't know, for Z, I would choose certainly Zebra for Josephine Baker House, or just Zoo for Weissenhof. But anyway, I have to do what I have to do, and I also understood it as an attempt to talk or to relate somehow the topics to Stuttgart, to Weissenhof. So I'm trying to force here an argument about certain relationships between Stuttgart and Tel Aviv, or more generally between or about the effect of this modernist showcase about what should properly be called settler colonialism. So I'll try to do it briefly and to stick to the text, so it doesn't take me too long. But precisely at the brief moment of history when modern architecture becomes a stigma, when it is described as degenerate for its shameful Semitic origins, Jewish or Arab, it appears like a phoenix on the eastern shores of the Mediterranean, and I'm not referring to the way it appears, as we've seen in Cairo and other places in the Arab world, as singular, but actually to the pervasiveness within the Zionist or the Jewish community in Palestine in the 30s. But was it there before, in the 1910s or 20s? A letter from Hannes Meyer to his former protege at the Bauhaus, Aryeh Sharon, inquires. I would be interested in the character of Jewish construction enterprise. He's talking about jüdische Aufbau. It's a difficult term to translate. In your country, are there any distinctive attempts to establish a Jewish national style, even if it were just exquisite kitsch of the highest order? Okay. Now, presentation. Well, if you would help me, it would be nice. And I'll do the talking.
I hope it's.
Okay, the next one? Yeah, good.
Here.
So anyway, the answer was never found, but the simple question, the simple answer to this question would be, yes, there were many attempts during the 1910s and 20s to create specifically a jüdische Aufbau or Jewish national style. In Palestine, it looks like this. Yes, exquisite kitsch, indeed, a lot of it. All kinds of attempts to hybridize Jugendstil, Orientalisms, biblical fantasies, and so on. This is Casino in Tel Aviv. This is how the city looks. All like this. This is a real building, and this is how it looks in the drawings. But something dramatic happens around 1930. Something that I think that proper historiography cannot really simply explain, even though we have many explanations. This building becomes this. The same building, the same architect after 1930, a building will not get a building permit if it doesn't, if it's not modernist, or if he wants to do an addition, if it doesn't sort of redress itself in this way. Or another example, we just found it just for this presentation, by this architect, Sembarkai, who's this kind of architect, and he's asking after in the 30s to add a story to the building, and this is what he's doing. In this case, probably not because he's forced by the authorities, but because he's going to Le Corbusier to work for him for several months, comes back as a newborn modernist. Now, so around okay. I'll do it quickly. So until 1930, there's practically no modernist building in Palestine or in Tel Aviv. From 1930 on, a building, if it wants to get built, to get a permit, must be a modernist, and all the buildings look like this. We have many versions of this. And this is by the same architect, Sembarkai. They're not only in the city, but also in the rural, or I would say even mainly in the rural. We see amazing modernist buildings in the villages. So almost simultaneously with the American proclamation of the international style, the reframing of modernism as an extra or ex-territorial order, it was endorsed as an ordinary marker across the Zionist ideological, sectorial, territorial, and cultural divide. It becomes essentially a national style, or as Jacob this morning would say, a Zionist fiction. Civil servants, ideologues, developers, poets, beaux-arts architects all acquired an instant modernist savoir-faire. Cosmopolitan whiteness provided a common ground for the various groups of settlers, émigrés, and exiles. It infused an ambience of acculturation and aesthetic building, and above all, instilled a sense of elsewhereness. By the way, nothing, if I relate it to the presentations before me, nothing here that has to do with efficiency, nothing that has to do with system theories, even nothing that has to do with health. Okay? Okay, these are the examples. Okay. Now, Julius Posner, the brilliant German Jewish critic who exiled in Palestine for several years, was puzzled by what he saw. In a letter to Le Corbusier, he writes, "In Tel Aviv, apartment buildings are crowded on small plots facing toward narrow, dusty streets, but with a modern pretensions." Looking at these houses, one like to say, your architects left Stuttgart in 1926. For him, it's 1926. Here's the connection that I'm making. He stopped at the latest trend of the day before yesterday. He never understood that Palestine is not Silesia, and that architecture has progressed since 1926. So for Posner, Tel Aviv is a collection of awkward misappropriations and ludicrous anachronisms. He's appalled by the mediocrity and plagiarism, but he fails to see that modern architecture may have finally fulfilled itself as mass culture. Yes, of course, it is merely proverbial, plainly habitable, and certainly the trend of the day before yesterday. But isn't that the best possible destiny for the European avant-garde? Posner mentions Stuttgart of 1926, alluding, of course, to Mrs. presentation of the initial model for the Werkmüller exhibition in Weißenhof of housing project with the single directive of a flat roof. But inevitably, mentioning Weißenhof modernist showcase is also alluding to the acceleration of Heimatschutz's demagogy in architectural debate by Nazi critics such as Paul Schulze-Naumburg and Paul Bonatz, who began to apply nationalist and racial theories to architectural historiography and building analysis. For them, Neue Sachlichkeit is as rootless as the flat roof is roofless, dachlos. Schulze-Naumburg, for instance, wrote that the modernist house is in effect a stationary sleeping car which could be moved according to the whims. Sorry. Sorry, I lost myself. Anyway, he describes it. He describes Weissenhof as a place that fits the nomads of the metropolis, who have long lost the idea of their native land and are not at all acquired with the idea of the parental, let alone the ancestral home. Just so we don't have a mistake, who were those nomads of the metropolis? He writes, these people offer models which no longer keep us under German skies and on German soil, but displace us to the edge of the desert or into the Oriental setting. So the roofless house, then, was constructed as a Trojan horse, I would say Oriental horse, on German soil. And Mises' entire project, according to Paul Bonatz, looked like a suburb of Jerusalem. At that very moment, in Tel Aviv, the suburb of Jerusalem, the Zionists take a decisive side in the war of the roofs. Posner, once again, is haunted by this occurrence of belated modernism. In a 1938 long and beautiful article about Jewish architecture in Palestine for the Swiss magazine Das Werk, he writes, "We have stated what the Jews did not bring with them. They did, however, bring something, at least the last wave of immigration. In Germany, the architecture of flat roofs, ribbon windows, cantilever slabs, corner windows, stairwell slits, and dynamic cornices has been called Sukkot architecture." I'm not sure that you approve of the translation. And an attempt was made to link it to our Oriental bloodline. The truth is that here it appears foreign and European, here in Palestine. But it is also true to say that the Jewish architects and the Jewish public are very fond of modern architecture. It still appeals as progressive to them at the point when, in fact, it is becoming historical. In 1938, the modern style overcame the Eastern Shtetl, as well as the attempts at a national architecture that were made before the war. Inevitable image. Okay, if we follow, and I'm coming to the end, if we follow Posner's logic, we can see that the act of self-stereotyping, of embracing Sukkot architecture as one's own mark of Cain, operates on several symbolic registers. First, it provides the Jews with an architectural myth of origin. Their alleged traceless nomadism finally has a proper object, a building culture, even if it is merely the makeshift sukkah. Second, the modern style, as Posner indicates, is an elegant way out of the visual ghetto of the Eastern European shtetl and its reincarnation in the eclectic search for a Jewish national style in Palestine. In other words, the expulsion from Heimat is also, for the Jews, the exodus from diaspora and the eventual prospect of universal assimilation. And finally, while the trope Sukkot architecture authenticates the Jews as Orientals, as epic returnees, the pedant image of white architecture safeguards their estrangement in the Orient. It seems alien and European here, Posner's tautologically comments on the specter of the modern style in Palestine, only to overturn the Nazi allegation that the modern style seems alien and Oriental here in Stuttgart, in Germany. And so the postcard Araberdorf, by incarnating ad nauseum in the first Hebrew city, becomes a prophecy of the Jews' eternal exile in the Levant, the colonial remoteness. Against the grain of history, modern architecture becomes Jewish by guilt, by negation, by masquerade, and by conformity. The Jewish architects and the Jewish public are very fond of this architecture. Thank you.
Thank you, Zvi. Thank you for this last talk of this index. I think it's a very suitable ending, actually. Coming back to the trajectories of Neues-Bauen and kind of to Weißenhof Siedlung right next door. We now have not even 10 minutes to switch locations to the State Academy, and what expects us there is greetings by Stuttgart's Mayor Frank Nopper, Nicole Razavi, the Landesministerin. And after that, we will present the new Archplus issue 248, Stuttgart, die produktive Stadtregion und die Zukunft der Arbeit, Stuttgart, the productive city region and the future of labor. Stephan Trüby showed that briefly. But before we leave, I would like to thank everyone who contributed today, the speakers. I think that was a lot of food for thought. I'm very happy that this could take place the way it did. So thank you very, very much. Thank you everyone in the audience here and online and in the State Academy. And there's some people I want to thank in person, especially my colleagues at the IGmA, Philipp Krüpe, Sandra Öhi, our student employees, Mila Kostovic, Timo Schmidt, the technical staff here, Raul Crossmann for organizing this whole thing. At the IBA, that's Raquel Jauregiza, Franziska Betak, Markus Bauer, Tobias Schiller for making this possible. So thank you everyone, and I want to thank Stephan Trüby for trusting me with this project. And now we switch locations, and we'll be back with the English part of the day at 7:30 with a panel discussion moderated by Stephan Trüby. Thank you very much.